it. Well, looks like we're just breaking it now. So 1088 is coming. And just broke underneath it. All right, next is 108669. And then we meet another descending angular at 108550-ish. Yep, and that is another crucial spot there, that 1085. Right there. And then underneath that will be 108440. So there's quite a bit of little activity here, bouncing up and down here. So we're back at 1089. All right, I'm on the 3-minute. Then that's a lot of volatility on a 3-minute, that's for sure. So it's at 34.7. If it's not below that now.
BJ, have you seen the daily candle on Bitcoin? It's crazy.
It's a beautiful it's a beautiful big huge one, isn't it? Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a big boy candle.
It's a big boy candle, it sure
Did not
is.
expect to go all the way to the 786, but let's go.
Are you sure you didn't expect it? Because I think you did.
I did, but not that fast.
Well, remember how we talked about when we hit 110.3 that there's a big drop from 110.3 to 1088.
Yep. Yeah, we actually called out those numbers. I
Yes,
think it
we
was 2
did.
days ago, right?
Well, many days ago, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, we did say if we don't do this, then there's this. Just like I did say, if we don't hold this, we have 102 coming.
Oh yeah, the gap right below 110 is huge. It's like
Yes.
no one buying right below. I've been waiting for, you know how you sometimes wait for the heat map to fill up with orders. I didn't see
Mm.
any orders filling up. From like 110 to 109, there's nothing.
Yep. There's a lot of people waiting down at 105 to 102, 101. That's part of it.
Yep. We do got some orders here at 108. We got 1,000 Bitcoin. We got this is just not enough. I think people are waiting for lower prices. They don't want to buy in.
Patch, I don't have time to type, but yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the VPVR right now. I think this is an area we're gonna get some better bounce. We got some volume coming up at this area. 108, 800, 1086, all the way to 1088.
Okay, I mean that would make sense for it. I just wonder if it's gonna get um, discarded quickly. That's all.
Yeah, it's kind of
As
hanging in the air in between fibs.
if we break this 108,753 line from me, I see a bone of 98,669.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I agree.
And I
especially
have
if
to
you,
say,
especially if we
yes,
don't hold 107. Yeah.
yeah, because this is a strong angular line from me from in the past.
Yes, I agree with you.
Ay, 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 ay.
108,669 is extremely important.
Also on a 4-hour chart, we're making a big head and shoulders from me on Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
The daily also. The right shoulder is almost formed.
Yep.
Yeah,
The chart just flipped.
it's could see that 100 on the dot.
Yep. I have the 100 on the dot is right. It's amazing, isn't it? Look here.
Yeah,
I think you and I have the same exact thing because I even was wondering why does my line say 100 even?
because I took this line from point of control in 17 October 23.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were at 26,598, and that was also the key level that we took off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
So
called it out when we were at 120. We were gonna go back to 98, and I didn't took the short.
yeah, because we did fulfill some, you know, measures that were possible for us to go back over to 117 and 118, but because we didn't do it in time, and then we didn't do it again, it it just once you cross those barriers, it it releases the downward pressure. Those EMAs
Yeah,
get curled and
but I missed out on 20K or something like that from a short. So
yep, yeah,
again,
that's where all of us need to realize that we're to trust your chart. There comes a time when you have to figure out how to train yourself to say, I'm taking that because I see it. But it's hard to do, isn't it?
oh, I did it once, and I still have the
Mm.
long from 26. So from
Yep.
control, it's a nice trade, but I took a little bit of profit.
Yeah,
But
October
every
of 23,
yeah,
I did the same trade. Yeah.
it's still running on average.
Oh, I know. Uh, like, well, mine isn't. I left mine in demo and it's like over $3 million. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. I wish oh, well, I can't say I wish, but had I done things differently, that would have been the result.
Ah,
Yeah, I'm gonna try these longs now. See if this works out. Soul looks good. A couple of the big caps want to react, but not a lot of
I have
strength
to
here.
say, oh, sorry, man. Sorry. I have to say, I miss picture fractals because they're on the dot and helping me a lot in my trading setups because it's an extra thing that I used and I miss
Mm-hmm.
out on
Yeah.
these.
Yeah. I got in touch with her a few months back But she's just, her life is just taking a different path. So, I think she's around every now and then, but she doesn't participate too much in the Discord.
Still trades?
Pardon me?
Does she still trades?
Yeah, as far as I know, she still trades. Yes, I did like collaborating with her often.
Yeah, we're the OGs from back in the days.
All right, so the 200 EMA on the daily is 106, 132. And the 200 MA on the daily is below that at about 103, 852. So structural break here at 107.8 on the daily. There's our MA 50 and 200 is below. So our 50 MA on the daily is 114.3.
It seems to be following the same consumer sentiment with the S&P 500 at the moment because it's starting to bounce back, and Bitcoin simultaneously is doing the same. I don't know if you guys look at the correlation. Sometimes it works,
S&P.
it doesn't.
Yeah, you're right.
Sometimes it's completely out of whack, like earlier this year.
Yeah, it seemed to decouple itself from the S&P earlier.
S&P was going up and Bitcoin just kept on going down and down, down and down. I hope the opposite happens at this moment. I thought we were supposed to have a increased M2 money supply injection over the next 2 weeks here.
Right, but again, that has not
Has not come to fruition.
correct.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And did you
The
guys?
rotation at the moment, at the moment, all that money on the sidelines going to gold. If you look at gold, you'll see where the money's going.
Yeah. Well, China is the biggest. They're no longer putting their money into treasuries. So if you want to know why gold is growing exponentially, it is China's money that is forcing it that way. And plus, you can do leverage trading for up to 3,000% on gold. So when gold finds its peak, watch out. It's going to be a huge thing to be able to store it and make some money off of to no end. That's just an opinion. It may
that's
or may not happen.
good to know. I didn't know you could short or you could leverage it 3,000%.
3,000%.
Holy
Yeah,
bucket.
you can
we got
leverage.
it.
You can leverage gold.
It's the most highly leveraged asset that's out there.
Well, you
spec-
learn something new every day. I didn't know that.
Could you imagine what $100 would produce for you right now if you had gotten in?
Mhm.
$100 with 3,000% leverage at the start of the bull.
Well, I mean, I did talk about gold years back and said, now, watch out because 4,000 is coming. Anyway, you seem silly when you say things like that at the time, but in, I,
The silly thing that sounds to me is they're saying right now Bitcoin could see a 30% correction.
yeah, it can.
That's just ludicrous to me.
It can also swing right back up really quickly.
Oh, those leverage shorts don't get to keep that going forever.
Hmm.
The amount of like it just seems like, obviously we should still be going up. Why are we not?
Well, this is either the start of a more structural issue or it's a pause and we're gonna find our way back here. So on a 15-minute, 5 EMAs at 109,485, and like you said, we have put a little bit of a stop on here at 108.8. Our downward pressure is subsiding a bit.
So I had a head and shoulders, which it just about completed its measured move. A little bit short of it, but it did just complete its measured move of head and shoulders.
Okay. So that would be good for, yeah,
All right, let's go back up now. Move.
this angle right here. Yeah. Could be it. We're right at that pivot. Look at that to the day even. Wow.
The S&P is recovering nicely at the moment as well.
How long that news had been out now, but the war thing and all that that's been like over 2 hours or not that long yet.
So maybe the panic sellers are gone for now.
Could be. But it begs the question whether or not then that's the fast move and then we get the rest of it following. That's the question.
Or yeah, because maybe it hasn't been absorbed completely the news.
Correct.
Because I mean, I just found out myself like what 15 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, as it spreads, you have a lot of swingers or long holders that don't touch nothing, and then as soon as they hear that, they're just gonna go right to their exchanges and click sell. Never know. Yeah, you're right.
especially if they're holders from 108 area or 106.
Oh, I know people who've been holding since previous cycles, and
Right.
they are pissed, and now they say, nope, this time we're getting out. In those, I'm sure now, soon as, actually, that's very scary, because definitely not a lot of people understand that crypto may profit by a war, but a lot of people say war is a war, nothing profits by a war. So there's a let me get my money.
Mm-hmm.
They also say war stimulates the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say this. Hopefully, we're not gonna have to start a world war, because with all the technology and advancement that's right now, we don't even know how bad it will get. It will
Mm-hmm.
get worse than the previous wars, and none of us want that.
No.
Because if that happens, even the money we have is going to be worthless.
Yeah, but the inequality of the rich and the poor would get away, and life for some people would get better also.
Yeah, and that's how the horny
And not
bastard demon
pro,
lies to them,
pro
but in the end, he turns them against each other. That's what he's
yes,
best at, father of lies. That's he's best at. He'll make them friends, and he'll turn them against each other. He'll make them rich, and he'll take everything out from them.
that's
I
true. But in the
trying to
world,
find new soldiers for his darkness.
yeah,
We have a path to 1099 here.
Good afternoon. We've been
Hello.
hitting those targets we were talking about a couple of days ago.
You sure
There's the
have.
short man.
The 108,275 that we didn't
Mhm.
just hit is ascending support.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little around 106.9, but I'm still looking for that 106,450 area,
Yeah.
like for the bottom, and then it bounced. But we'll see what happens here. We could fill that vector to 110.9. But
110.9.
yeah, in the
Yeah.
1 hour we created a vector all the way up to
I'm seeing
110.9.
a path to 1099.
110.9 is just a vector fill. But
Oh yeah, here I see it. To 110.430 on the 1 hour. Yeah.
110.9-ish. You could kind of see it on the 15-minute too. The vectors are split out a little bit. And we're oversold on the 15-minute. And the
Yeah, I got
MACD
longs
might
into
be
my cap.
flipping bullish.
Looking good right now.
And the money flow. The only thing is the money
Along
flow.
everything. Let's go.
Yeah, it might be early.
Let's go,
Because
baby.
Yeah.
yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
only if this little bounce that we just got run just a little bit, it's the bulls got to keep buying
Yeah.
in to get it to go up right now. So
Exactly.
there's a
I don't.
really good chance we're gonna test a 108,250.
Yep.
All right. If that fails, 106.9, 107, somewhere around there. But the bottom of that channel is 106,450. So
Mhm.
then if I go to a 4 hour, I think that was my target from a couple of days ago on this possible cowboy hat head sending cowboy hat head and shoulders. Um the low of that left shoulder was in June 22nd. And if I bring the angular up, that brings us to I think 106.8, 106.9, somewhere around there. Let's see. Yeah.
I'll be crazy with that call out from here until 104.471. From
10
108,
104.
to 114,471. So 114,500. That's the trade that I have on my chart at this moment.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't go that low because
That high.
well,
From
it
114 back
we'd really have to dump to go that low, and it wouldn't be good.
a little bit dumb doesn't hurt anything.
All right, so resistance here is 109,545.
Is that a 50?
Well, we're just now trying the 5-minute 13 EMA. We're
13.
over the 5 and in between that and the 13 above there. Let's see how. No, the 50 is way up.
I don't know. I don't trust the doji candles.
Yeah, the 50.
Well, at the charts I'm looking at. I'm not looking at BTC.
Okay. The 50 EMA is up at that 110.4 area where we
Yeah.
were just speaking of.
Hey, BJ, sorry to interrupt. Just
That's
a heads
okay.
up, guys. News flash just came across. Exeth has ordered all the top military brass to a meeting next week in DC. So that hasn't been done forever. You don't do that unless you're planning a major attack on something somewhere. So I'm jumping into my stocks right now, moving stuff to gold, silver. Anyway, just thought I'd
Yeah,
throw that out there
but
for
thank
anybody
you.
interested.
They
We
postponed
did
it for
speak of that. But yes, I appreciate it. I thought the meeting was already called, an emergency meeting was called for like today.
That's what I read. Well, I read today.
But you're saying it's next week?
He announced it today that they're meeting next week. Mhm.
Okay. And then the Sergei Lavrov had a response saying that NATO and the EU are pushing for war and they're participating in it or something. So maybe
Dang.
this is what's going
Stock's
on.
gonna get hit bad. People gonna start selling like crazy.
We already did. So far my assets look stable, even went up a bit again. I don't trust it. Honestly, don't trust it. I've been very chill the last few days, but my vibe right now. I
Crypto
feel if I
Joe,
trade, I'm
oh,
gonna
sorry.
regret it.
I'm all in.
No, I just saw my
Nah,
BNB.
this is such a typical. We had this exact type of drop in the before the last bull market. This exact like really intense drop. I don't know why people are selling. Like it's what they want.
Yeah, that's what I told Dbloc also. It's the dip before the rip that's the money sits in. It's every time. It was at 50, it was at 26, it was at 57, it was around 90, and it's again now to go higher and maybe potentially go lower until 198, and then the rip starts. If nothing
Is this
from my
possible? The elite creates these crabs.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm selling. I'm scared. I'm selling everything, and I'm moving all my positions into fart coin right now because I'm very scared.
No, like you know what's funny? You know what's funny? Altcoins right now are so low. It's actually a valid move. You're gonna get hella percentage on that when it starts pumping again.
boys, everybody takes a shot. Drew's getting on, so the thing is going to go downwards from now.
Dude, do I need to be in a bathroom when I buy fart coin?
I'm all in. Let's go.
Ooh, pump takes in a big dip.
Yeah.
You're still in pump, Drew?
Hell no! I got out there at 0.088, baby.
Man,
Ooh.
He got out at the top, of course.
Same with Doge, I think. No.
And then I started accumulating. I took my pump profits and I got into WLFI,
Yeah.
and I've been accumulating that. And now I just bought a big old bag of fart coin just to go with it.
So
Does the girlfriend agrees with it?
What's that?
Does the girlfriend agrees with the fart coin setup at this moment?
I didn't tell her about it yet. She's not. She's not. I'm gonna tell her, but I'm not gonna tell her how much because then she'll freak out.
Nice, nice, nice.
I'm gonna go walk my dog. It seems to be stabilizing.
That's bullish because you almost sound like Zeusy, so I think that's bullish.
Me.
walking the dog.
Yeah,
Ah,
somebody from Europe walking the dog is bullish.
okay.
Where is Lucy at this moment?
I haven't
Walking
heard
his
from
dog.
I don't
No,
know
I
if he's
don't know.
vacationing now or not. He might be. Okay,
All right.
so
Price is gonna be lower after you walk your dog.
yep.
Yeah.
we hit this resistance. We'll see
Uh,
if we can make it leap over it.
I have my BNB profits. I can do a buy-in if I want. Okay. See
You
you
guys all really
in a
thinking
bit.
we're going much lower?
I have no idea.
Well, right now we're going to get some spookiness, especially, if even Russian media right now, they're saying that NATO and EU, they're waging war on Russia, and that's via Lavrov, whichever, that guy, he's a pretty big, I think he's a defense guy in Russia. And, but you guys remember, like, when we have these scenarios, people get shook out, and then we pump like all hell. And there's gold, people might be moving some positions in gold and silver, but it's been toppy, it's been pushing. But I think this is just going to be another opportunity to find some very high sell pressure for high buy pressure to take advantage of that, low slippage when people are selling. And there's going to be more position taking from institutions while everyone's getting scared out of their position, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. I agree. We were talking about 106.5 yesterday, Drew. See, we real close, and
Yeah,
that's
you're
still.
close. You're saying that 107, and yeah, we're close. I'll give it to you. I was hoping we did not break 110. We did break it right now, so I got my finger on the trigger in case some funny things happen. But I just, like I said, man, I just took advantage. I bought some more coins, man. I was like, all
Oh,
right, I'm
perfect.
just by this
This
dip.
is hell
If
yeah,
you see a
great
pump,
spot to scale in. I don't think we're going under 106.5.
I hope you're right.
106.475. So, and then we go on big time. So I'm about to
Let's
be
go.
long with y'all. Let's go. Just a
Okay,
little
okay,
lower for the short term, like the micro.
okay.
if you
Long it
see a pump,
all.
I'm gone. See you in a bit.
Bye.
I
Wrong at
still
all.
see,
Wrong at all.
I still see 98, boys. Can't say we're going to stick around here. Still hope on 98. Let me say it like that.
Not till we hit 155.
I think it's first 98 and then 155. And for me, it would be 158.
I think what we want to keep an eye on right now is what goes on with like Europe and their gas and oil situation, because if the US is going to start meddling and seeing China get EU to displace all their Russian gas and oil so EU gets their gas elsewhere, things might hit the fan.
Yep.
There
But
used to be a
This
map you
might
could
be
see of
why
that oil.
the EU
You
is
could see where the tankers are going, like to China, and how many they got. There's like an online live map of that, which kind of tells you where oil is going.
yeah, and there's a little bit of tension in Alaska too. There was some air activity with some Russian planes and a bomber, and supposedly the U.S. Air Force had to spook them out or something to not get so close to Alaska. And now Russia's saying, like, hey, if you guys even think about shooting down any Russian plane, that would mean war. So they're already talking tough right now.
I'm from Belgium, and yesterday or 2 days ago we had a drone attack on the airport, and also a cyber attack on the airport. Then in Denmark it was the same, cyber attacks on the airport and hospitals.
Wow,
the
I didn't
stuff-
even hear about that. Wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, things are getting interesting.
And if I have my opinion of social media, it's getting worse also. If you open Instagram or Facebook, it's always war. Clips of war, and suddenly clips about Ukraine and Russia killing videos. Do you know what I mean? You see people flying, parts of people flying, and that you get on your social media. It's really stimulating. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's almost like propaganda.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, that's the thing. What I was.
And then once you watch it, your device kind of sees you watch it, so you get pushed 100 times that.
Yeah. So I started looking at naked women, and it was better again.
Hopefully, we'll step into the future sooner than later when most wars will just be robots versus robots, and people will stop getting hurt. I think we're stepping in that direction slowly, though. Gonna be drones versus drones.
Luckily, I'm good in piloting drones, small ones. So.
Nice. But yeah, I don't know why I'm feeling risky right now since the fear's gone up a little bit. I just feel like Fartcoin might be a smart position. It's just the left wing, like, what the hell are you doing? Kind of, are you an idiot trade? That sometimes just works out. So I'm going for it.
What's the ticker from Fartcoin?
The ticker is Fartcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, it's at a 560 million market cap right now. So $500 million, a little bit more than $500 million.
Now look if you have it on Maxi.
Yeah, they have it.
Yeah.
Interesting how they named it the son of guns. What the hell do they use that coin for? And do you know why they named it like that?
Well, it's AI decided it was a question that AI, and it's programmed by AI. And the question to AI is like, what coin can actually ever perform better and get a bigger market cap than Bitcoin? And AI's answer said it would have to be something silly, and it gave out its thing. It'd have to be something like Fartcoin, and it gave out a tokenomic model for Fartcoin of what a scenario of what would happen if it caught fire. If it's kind of like the whole media got a frenzy on, like, oh my God, I can't believe a Fartcoin's over $10 billion, blah, blah, blah. So it kind of made a theory and a scenario, and it ran its intelligence, I guess, it's artificial intelligence, and said that Fartcoin is going to be the one that overtakes Bitcoin. And that's the narrative that hot air rises, and everyone's thinking AI is smarter than humans, so AI is going to be right about this, and that Fartcoin is going to become bigger than Bitcoin.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Interesting. I was wondering, yeah, because myself too, I was wondering what the hell you fart coin.
But AI said it's going to take many years for that to happen. It's not just going to happen instantly, of course.
No, I mean, it's AI, it's an AI, just don't even have those installed in my phone, but
Well, it's also, and AI was probably programmed to keep it very lighthearted and joking. So, of course, it wasn't spitting out financial advice. It was probably just joking around. But that was kind of the joke. And the developer went forward with it. He was like, you know what, let's do it. And then it asked AI, it's like, okay, can you make me a tokenomic model? Can you help me set it up and the protocol and everything? But now, they are getting some things together, and it's starting to get a little more organized, but it's got shot. The only reason I really bought it now also is because it went down 40% in the last week. So I love buying things when they're really bloody.
Something else, Dogecoin is disappointing me. It looks like it wants to retrace to 16 cents again.
16 cents. Where's it at right now?
22.
Oh, 22. That's good, man. It's hanging out. Dogecoin is solid in my opinion.
Hmm.
I think it's going to hang out in the 20s. Maybe 19 if Bitcoin keeps on dipping. I think 19, but I don't think Doge is going to go below 19 cents in this like end of the year.
The 21.9 is uptrend from 17.796. You draw a line from there. So if it holds here, I think we're good in Doge.
Yeah, I think Doge is going to have a move pretty soon because the X money, they have to come out with something because that's what they publicly said. The CEO, I think she stepped down though recently. But they did say X money was going to happen before the end of the year. But that is interesting. I just thought about that I don't know why she stepped down. I think it had something to do with Elon and politics or something. But who is the CEO of X right now? Is she still the CEO? Anybody know about that? But anyways, back to the point. The point what I was trying to make was that if they do X money, I think it's going to push Doge because I have a hunch that Doge is going to be involved in X money.
Interesting. There is no current CEO of X as the platform last CEO, Linda, whatever. Resigned. Interesting.
I like what Daniel said. Fartcoin shows the stupidity of the world. I agree with that.
So it says Elon Musk continues to run the company without a CEO, focusing on product design and technology, while X faces ongoing challenges with misinformation and competition. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I guess she did step down. Maybe that's going to push back the X money. Maybe they're not going to have the X money before the end of the year because it was her that said it, not Elon.
Well, interesting. So is it possible she would say about that without consulting with Elon? Interesting.
No, I'm sure she said that with consulting Elon, but it might have been like the way she was pitching it. Who knows, I mean, I think Elon wouldn't let her say it's going to be finished before the end of the year if he didn't think it was going to be finished. But if she was one of the lead, people of the X money part, like trying to help push it, and now she's not there, things might get delayed. But I don't know exactly how connected she was with the X money part of things. But being the CEO, I guess, very connected. Or past CEO.
I wonder how many states they have a license.
They should be probably at 48, 49 right now.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, last time I checked, I think it was like 44 or something. There's a lot. Let me see what I can find. But I think what's going to happen now is this tension with this talk of war and everything with Russia. I think it's just going to be that the FUD is not going to be as strong as the solution. And when we get the resolution and solution, then everyone's like, oh, don't worry, there's not going to be any beef. I think that's when we get the pump too. So it's going to be some kind of conflict a little bit. Nothing. I mean, I don't think it's going to be NATO versus Russia. I don't think it's going to be that full blown. But it's probably going to be more Ukraine, Russia, and some kind of extra thing on top.
From what I can read at this moment, it's Ukraine and Russia that are having bigger situations at this moment. Currently, 2 hours ago, this news got out and is also when the drop started. So it's Russia that kills people from Ukraine, not selectively anymore, but just starts killing people for no reason. Just like Europe from Ukraine, bam, finished. It's from what I can read at the first moment now. Unselective.
This is reminding me of the Ukraine and Russia war.
Always to watch.
When we dropped, gotta buy that dip, baby. Buy that dip, baby.
Yeah.
Feel like it's all FUD. Come on, guys. You guys know it's all FUD.
When they crying, I'm buying.
That's right. Just
Right
can't
back.
pay tomorrow. I might put half of my check on it, you know? I really wonder if there's any vector candles down here that we need to grab too.
Yeah, US Power Hour coming up. Let's see what they got.
back. If it stops pumping, it's my fault.
Could you please look at Concordium CCD?
Yo, is Dbloc now?
Yes, but he's not yet in the office. In a few minutes.
Trying to see if there's a potential for a B recovery, dude. Straight B shape.
I hope so. I have no idea, to be honest. I was feeling the worst.
Nah, it was looking pretty bad. It's been looking pretty bad, but yeah, I was telling Dbloc I saw a head and shoulders on the S&P yesterday, and we were looking at it, and like I said, it just completed that measured move for the head and shoulders, but didn't even complete it. There's still a little bit of room left, around 650 on the SPY, and it stopped at 654.
Maybe a little FOMO of missing out.
Good morning, gang. What's going on, everybody? You guys remembering to breathe out there?
Hanging on for the ride.
We already covered what caused this dip today. What's good, chat?
It's that head and shoulders, yo, on the S&P. But it looked like it played out exactly to its measured move.
We had two really big catalysts today. We had our data numbers that came out at 8:30. Kind of sketchy for everybody that's waiting to see what happens on the next rate cuts. GDP is up, right? Means the economy is doing well. Unemployment numbers way down. Means labor market softening. But more importantly than all of that were the durable goods orders month over month. Went from negative 2.7 to positive 2.9 on durable goods. What this is telling people that are worried about it is that there's a possibility that the Fed doesn't cut in October. Right? These three metrics together put pressure on the Fed to not cut. So that started the sort of worry, right? Wasn't that big a deal. There was a little bit of hiccup, right? We were underneath support when it happened. And then our Russian news came in. So remember, you have the catalyst that creates the negativity, and then you have the FUD that gets you lower numbers. More importantly, though, let's go back to our macro. We were looking at this last night, right? We said if this daily candle could not close above the 50 EMA, that we opened ourselves for lower numbers. And the first lower number that we'd be shooting for was our discrepancy here at the bottom of the range, right? Where we screwed the macro chart up at, which is at 107.8. Where the hell is my support? There we go.
Wait, you think we got one more low to go, Dbloc? Potentially?
I mean, if we don't, then that got front run. But remember, this was the only range that mattered, right? When we were above it, which meant that what we wanted to do was to hold support either here or at the bottom of that range, right? On the weekly, this is where we bodied over, right? Those are the body tops, which is why our line is there. And this was our wick tops, right? Which made this the support range that screwed up the macro chart when we closed underneath on the weekly, remember? So the idea was when we get back above to have a second opportunity to hold this range of support. If it doesn't, then we're looking at 1 and we're looking at 2. So if we look at what we did today, let's take this range away. Look at what we did today. We came down to that body range support. If we go to the 4-hour, right, this is currently our candle off of that range. Again, I'm going to say this again. If this doesn't hold, then we still opened up for those 1 and 2. And 1 and 2 does not call the end of the bull market. Just massive buying opportunity, in my opinion. Not financial advice. But just to rewind, so everybody knows, I've said this like a bunch of times already, but I think that kind of difficult when everybody has what they want to play out sort of in their heads. As we broke that support on the weekly, our only chance of erasing this off of the macro was to get A, above that support resistance flip, and B, above that lower high. Right? When we failed to close above that lower high, I said we're not out of hot water yet. We've only got 1 foot out of hot water. We need to hold this resistance though. Right? Losing this resistance and losing this 50 put both of our feet back into hot water. Remember what we said was if that broke, what it did was created another lower high here. Right? We need to get above that range and hold. So for today's candle, you want to stay above this range that matters, the only range that matters. And then have your next candle build you out. You close underneath and you break this demand, 104 is in the cards. I'm not here to scare anybody or make anybody feel better, meme. I'm here to tell you what I see on the chart. Right? When we got the rate cut, I was bullish for some sort of risk on behavior, but that hasn't materialized yet. Right? So we have to take the chart as we see it. Oh, talking about DJ? I don't think DJ's trying to freak anybody out either. Right, so on the macro, right, let's go back to the weekly. On the macro, this is a second opportunity for that weekly candle to do what it was supposed to do here, which is hold. Right, you had one chance to clear the bullishness, to clear the bearishness here, and we got above. Second chance to clear the bearishness here, we failed. And then losing that 50 erases the bullishness from getting above the support resistance flip. So it's time to temper expectations and be very realistic about what this chart looks like. Realistic meaning I already see everybody talking about people that were saying 90 yesterday have now moved to 69, 70. So just keep your heads, man. Keep your heads and be careful who you're listening to. Nah, I got it, meme. I got it. And then obviously, as you just saw, I took it away, but these liquidations obviously did not help the situation.
I don't want to ever. Oh, sorry, someone talking.
Nah, you got it.
I don't want to ever be that guy that's instantly bullish and stuff, but I'm always going to be a bit optimistic, just because we saw this exact move before the last bull run. This exact kind of like fearful drop, insane drop. Like we have, and it's actually better that we find this bottom now. Otherwise, we would have come up, probably gone to like 124, 120, 126 or something, and then come right back down again. In my opinion, back to like 116. But I don't know. I think it's kind of bullish in my opinion. But I don't know.
Guys, it's not even. Let me show you. It's not even that we did it at that we did it in the last bull market, right? It's that we did it here at 19.5 at the beginning of the bull market, right? When we went sideways from 22, that whole 22, 23 range, right, for 2 months, and then dropped to 19 before going. And then we did it again at 74 when we dropped to 49. And then we did it again at 74 when we dropped from 112. We just, it's not that we've done it before, it's that we keep doing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know about last bull run, but it feels like we keep doing it every like couple months.
Yeah, we
Same
were here at 74 when everybody was like, oh, the bull market's over, you guys are still buying. We did it at 49 when everybody was screaming that the shit was over. The problem is that people take bullishness and they run it to the extreme, the same way they do with the bearishness, right? So things can be bullish without meaning we're going to 250K tomorrow, right? Things could be bearish without meaning that we're going to 70K. Right? There's spaces in between that. But when people's bull bear switches in their head, it's like, boom, gone off to the extremes. But there's nothing wrong with that either, man. Not everybody has to buy the dip, right? Some people are going to be way more comfortable waiting for this to correct and buying the correction, right? Buying the confirmation of the correction instead of buying the dip. And that's something that each person has to decide for themselves, you know? Yeah, 100% difference if you're trying to leverage trade this entire thing out or if you're accumulating spot positions for the move. For me, I'll keep it pretty simple with y'all, man. During the bull market, I'm bullish. Right? During the bear market, I'm bearish. Meaning that I always temper the bearishness with the fact that we are in a cyclical pattern that hasn't finished playing out yet. But I don't blame anybody for being worried, right? I have the luxury to have been here before to see something like this happen. Not everybody has. Or even if you have, you've only seen it once or twice. You haven't seen it happen enough to where it registers as cyclical in your mind. Like I said, Kane, if we don't correct this rejection, then our number one and our number two targets are still viable. The only difference is that our number one target has moved from 104 because it's based off of this 200 EMA. So it's now sitting at 106. Right, this 200 EMA is where I expect it to hold, or where the chance that it has to hold before it comes down to range bottom. Let's go back to range trading. Right, let me use current price action as an example. So we had our range here, right? We deviated out of our range, came back into the range, and then price seeked out the top of the range again. Right, that's the nature of deviations. We had another deviation out of the top of the range. As soon as it came back into the range, we came out and looked at the bottom again. And then at the bottom is where we got our data news and our Russia and all that bullshit or whatever. Right, but just the idea of deviations leading to retests of the opposite support demand structure. Right, deviation leads to a retest of the opposite support demand structure. So when we look at the macro, same thing applies. Right, this is our range. As we get accepted back into the range, which is what the big deal was here, right? Figuring out, is this a deviation or is this a breakout? So when I say that we injured the macro chart because we got accepted back into that range, which typically means that price will move its way back to the opposite support demand structure. Now we've tried to avoid it, right? This was our attempt to avoid that deviation and to turn this into a breakout, but it failed. Right, so this whole move up here, as we're being accepted back into that range, has to be seen as a deviation. Right? And what does price naturally do when it deviates? It seeks out the bottom of the range. So that's where our two targets come from. Right? One is the MA that could stop that from happening. Two is the bottom of the range. To avoid that, like I've been saying, we have to get above that support and we have to get above that lower high. This is the game we've been playing for the last 2 weeks. Right, so this is my playing field. Anything under here does not exist until presented with further data. Excuse me.
Yeah, Dbloc, we got to that 38 ETH.
Did we finally hit it?
Yep. Like 38, 29, 28.
Yeah, so ETH is another one I've been banging my drum about. Right, we were saying it all comes down to this support on Ethereum. Right? The bulls must hold that support or we see 3,800. We had one chance for the weekly to close over and it didn't. So prices come down to that measured move at 3,800. Oh, I missed it by like 15 bucks. $14.63 off. I hope you guys can forgive me for my lack of accuracy. Aster just basically retraced. It did break the uptrend on Aster. So this will be interesting to see if Aster can't get back above that 50 EMA, then I'm looking for a deeper correction into the psychological ranges. This is Aster Avantis BTC. Right? So this rejecting keeps me on the sidelines from jumping into Aster or Avantis just yet, if it rejects. Big if. And then Avantis made that move last night. Still not at 150. Right? I want it to come down into these ranges. but we fell through that big volume gap that we were looking at. And then Aster is only at the top of its psychological ranges here. Right? So while Avant, basically about the same, right? That psychological low will give me that 150 I'm looking for. The psychological low on Aster will give you 150 as well. It's kind of funny the way these things are running tied at price, right? But here, with what you rather hold between Aster and Avantis, right? We saw that rejection, right? This ride up, Avantis was better than Aster. This ride down, Avantis got hit harder than Aster. They both went down, right? But Avantis got hit harder. Let's go take a look at the blood.
It's been bloody. It's been bloody.
The daily top 100, 13 for AVAX. That is a dip. This is not something to ignore, not financial advice. Everybody was bitching about missing AVAX a week ago.
There was
Getting
a
ready
coin
to,
released.
trying to buy the highs and shit. FOMOing into green candles. Just saying. Red, OG, Fluid. Avantis is down 20%, guys. I mean, Piff. Nothing else really standing out. The hell are you? Damn. 10% in the last hour while everybody else is freaking out. Oh shit, Nicole, my bad. I hope you're still here. I completely flaked on your super chat and just stumbled into the coin you were talking about on Bubbles. DCD. Let me take a look at it. Completely sorry about that. If you guys ever super chat and I don't address it, just scream at me. Wow, that's a nice move. I remember now when he asked somebody in YouTube was just like, looks like shit. Nicole, are you still here? Jeez. All right, cool. Sorry about that. let me go to Coin Market Cap because I need to see what the tokenomics are for this thing. Mm. Fully diluted, $250 million. Like that. Volume's up 743% for the day. Dun, dun. Was this an exchange listing? The chart smells like it just got listed somewhere. My bad for the flashbang. Give me a second, guys. Oh, is this consent? Decentralized consent? No, you can't use my data. You're supposed to be a damn Web3 company. The hell are we even talking about here? White paper, white paper, white paper. Come on, where's all the tokenization? The governance. Oh boy.
Black and white photos, so you take them seriously.
I got a pretty good eye for evil, man. I don't trust Peter and Christopher. These two need to be watched. And I don't even mean at work. I mean when they go home. Like somebody needs to keep an eye on these two. All right, let me just take a look at the ecosystem. Hold on. I'm trying to judge a book by its cover, but man, I have instincts for a reason. Giant. It to me, not bad. Some big names in here. I really don't understand why they will not give me information on the tokenomics though. Like this should be the easiest thing to find on their page. That's the only thing that's throwing me right now. All right. Well, I won't be able to get into the fundamentals of it, but we'll look at the chart. Unless they have, let's see, they don't have unlocks here either. All right, so it's a ZK proof L1. This, like I said, smells like an exchange listing to me. I'll have to go into Twitter and really like dig to find it. But that being said, right, it's starting to look choppy. We got our first high, we got our first real sell-off. We came up, we cleared all of that vector. And then stopping volume candle sort of sent us. Right, so it did attempt to start a party here, right? But retail didn't pop in. So we just came up just high enough, if you notice. If you notice where that wick went to. Let's block off this vector. Right, so this whole move up was vector recovery. I can't take too much bullishness from that. Right, I'm gonna need to see retail step in here. There's a possibility that you come down into that vector range. Or time frame. Yeah. Even this move up, even this small recovery up was vector reclamation. What I like to see for bullishness is for price to recover without any real reason, right? Without any real market maker motivation for the recovery. Right? Problem is that this recovery here I can attribute to that vector. And this recovery here I can attribute to this vector. Which means unless volume picks up, let me see, we were probably very volume divergent here on this move. Yeah. So like this is how you can tell if it's a spot sort of driven move or if it's corrective. Right? You've got price moving up, but you've got volume coming down. So chances are that this rolls over, in my opinion. Daily open 114.9 or 800 EMA, which should be up by this vector at that time. I'd have to really dig into it to see if there's any if it really is anything more than just an exchange listing or a temporary catalyst that can keep it going. But this is going to get a lot of attention today. So the main thing I'd be watching for is for this trading volume to go up. Right, we're at 9 mil. This starts going up into like double digits. 12, 13, 14, 15 million. Then we know that it's getting some more love. If I can see what was... Oh, that's what I want to see, the sex volume. 9, 7. So yeah, this is mostly all on centralized exchange still. I mean on decentralized exchange. Let me go look on Dex Screener and see if I can get trading volume over there. Only reason I'm digging so hard is because I don't like when things pump and I can't put an answer to why it pumped. Oh, look at real quick since we're here. The streamer coin we were playing with, right? Remember I tell you about these waves. If wave 2 goes higher than wave 1, then wave 3 can make that like big expansive move, right? But then you have to wait for the decline and the accumulation. So I was looking for signs of accumulation here, but this shit is just weak. And this guy got banned from Twitter. I mean from Twitch. And that's where they were donating to all the streamers. So that whole attention flywheel of being able to have these streamers scream the name of your coin out, that shit went away as soon as he got banned. All right, CCD. No. That's not gonna work. I need another chart. Already on 84. What's wrong with all these charts, man? These are all derivatives. This isn't the real one. Yeah. Well, until a little bit more info comes out. Some Twitter digging would do it, though. But either way, no matter what the catalyst is, like I said, I expect this to retrace at the very least down into this vector. You want to avoid putting in your big topping pattern, right? What you want to avoid is putting in that M pattern here. Right? That's the boogeyman if you're long here. But a higher low coming down to clear this vector but not taking out these lows would give you a higher low fractal to bounce off of. Right, so either way, even whether it's bullish or bearish, if you don't hold the 50 here, in my opinion, you're coming down to at least 14. Okay, all right, so there's some sort of news. Yeah, I'm interested because I want to see what's going on with that pump. So when I go do some research in a bit, I'll dig into it. And if I find anything, I'll let you know, Nicole. Yeah, I'll look at H bar for you. Clear this chart up a little bit. Hold on. So H bar's already put in its big double bottom. Right, if we go look at the daily. Right, so when we look at W patterns for higher low fractals, what we're looking for is for price to come down, put in a higher low, break these highs, and retest the highs. Right? That's the full sort of move that we look for when we start with higher low fractals. When we get double bottoms, it switches up a little bit, right? So if we get a double bottom, what we're looking for is that higher low still. Right? Double bottom is cool. You held support, but you still need to lock in that same higher low. So basically what double bottoms do are create, excuse me, they create a larger W with two peaks at one bottom. Oh, sorry, my bad. This is behind the camera. Appreciate that. So yeah, like I was saying, your higher low structure works like this. Right? Price comes down, you catch the falling knife, you get the higher low, type 2 entry, it breaks out, type 3 entry, it retests that high, type 4 entry, and then you take profits. Right? But when it comes to double bottoms, what happens is you end up putting in a structure where you still need a higher low. Right? So for the most part, what happens is you still create that W, but it's offset. Right? Which is what we're seeing here. So you get your double bottom, and then your higher low is your go signal, wherever that happens to come in at. Now, unfortunately, we put that M pattern up at top of resistance. We're saying if that breaks, this vector range here would be the target. Right? We haven't come down into that yet. We haven't come down into that yet, and it is possible that that 200 on the daily keeps us from doing that. But it has to hold. Right? If this 200 holds, the only thing you have underneath it is the high volume node at 19. And if that doesn't hold, it's a pretty clear shot down to those ranges that we're talking about. I don't think this entire thing plays out. I think our biggest form of weakness here was what we were talking about yesterday when we looked at this chart. This big gap in volume, right, in the VPVR. This was the immediate issue that we had. And you see how as soon as price was up here trying to stay in those high volume nodes, but as soon as it lost that, it came pretty quick down through that gap. Right, so realistically, I'm looking for it to hold 20. If that doesn't hold, then we can look at falling through this next volume gap. But you're basically at a spot now where if it holds, because of this volume gap, remember these work the same way in both directions. See how fast price moved through there on the way up? How you didn't even hesitate? But if you don't build any support in those ranges, when price comes back, it's going to do the same thing. Right? And if price holds, that correction will also move quick through that gap. So yeah, you're in a bit of sketchy territory on H bar right now. That 200 on the daily really needs to hold. Yeah, look at AVAX. AVAX had a nice correction today. I need to pick up some AVAX actually. All right, Right. Again, we've got to talk about these gaps because we're getting to the points in the chart where things moved parabolically. Right. You're at your 200 EMA for AVAX. This would be an amazing spot for it to hold. Because if it doesn't, then you got a pretty big gap that can bring you back down to 26. And there's a vector in the middle of it. And if I'm not mistaken, it's liquidations inside of it as well. So same sort of deal that we had, right? Gap in the VPVR, some high volume nodes, but for the most part they failed and we took the entire gap. Now we have to hold this high volume node or hold the 200 at this high volume node, or price is going to move pretty quickly through that. But AVAX, in my opinion, looks a lot better than a lot of other shit. And we could do worse than coming down to this uptrend again. And getting a chance, in my opinion, to buy this uptrend again would be a gift. What, on AVAX, Soto? Super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. I mean, that's the range I'm looking at. Like I said, if we can get a touch on that uptrend again, that would be great. Yeah, I mean, I get rid of all my, I don't hold anything through the bear market. So I'm with you on that. You definitely want to. Our W pattern has a measured move up to 33, right? This hasn't broken down yet. Remember, we created this W and now we're flagging out. Before anybody gets too, like, let me do this. Because I assume that most of this is obvious, but this is the flag that AVAX is in. I mean, that H bar is in. Right. The reason that I say this is bullish if we hold here is because that quick move through that vector gap and popping above this would give us the breakout, right, of that bull flag. Our measured move from the W pattern takes you to 33. Our measured move from the breakout of the bull flag takes you considerably higher. Right, that would give you the 40 cents that you're looking for. Which is why I say try not to worry too much about, as long as you're not breaking your pattern, right? Like you see how in our bull flag, we could literally come down to those ranges that we're looking at without breaking that flag, right? It would take time, but once we break structure, then you can start to sort of worry about that. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good idea to de-risk a little bit up at the tops, you know? And appreciate the super sticker. Nah, Brad. Nah. Just what some of the alts could do if Bitcoin doesn't correct fast enough and dominance does the wrong thing. decent little rejection off of Bitcoin dominance, though. I'm just like I'm saying, guys, until Bitcoin gets to all-time highs, I'm a little skeptical about dominance not just pumping with it when it goes. No good news or data event goes unexploited. That is a strong dom. Right, so we were talking about eating up that downtrend, right? By eliminating those lower highs, Dom's taking out all of its lower highs and its original high.
My sell price is fair style $300, bar 40 cents, hype $60.
So it popped up, it both its measured moves, but did not hold that support. Right, so that opens up that move to the vector gap that we were worried about at 184, 180. Which, in my opinion, is good pickups for Sol. So our volume gap here ends at our vector gap. Yeah. Don't forget to back up, guys. Don't get so caught up on that 5 and 15 that you lose track of the bigger picture. Very silly thing to do. Target for the downturn, you mean? Yeah, I'd be looking at 180. I'd be looking at 180 for vector recovery. Let me give me a second. Let me pick up a clean soul chart. Go naked chart. So on the 4-hour, we're talking about that 800 EMA, right? Clearing the rest of this volume gap, 800 EMA, and that vector that we were shooting for on the other time frame is sitting right in that range. Right, so 179 to 188 basically or so. And just so you guys see, this pattern is very far away from being invalidated. Right, that 185 hit gives us a retest of the breakout. Right? And how do W patterns break out? Or how do higher low fractals break out? Put it together, Dbloc. You get your breakout, and you get your retest. Then the pattern plays out. Right? So we get our breakout. This has not retested. On the way to our retest, if that 800 holds on the 4-hour, if that 200 holds on the daily, then we'll get that play out. Don't get shaken out on retests, guys. We looked at Bitcoin earlier. I'll take a quick glance again, but if you want more of a full TA, just rewind to the beginning of the stream. It's one of the first things we covered. So here's the macro for Bitcoin. Right? This whole time we've been trying to correct that issue, which was breaking down underneath the range. we needed to get above 1 and we needed to get above 2. We got above 1, couldn't get above 2, couldn't hold above 1, and now we are trying to hold support where we should have held support on that weekly candle that screwed us 3 weeks ago. Right? If price can hold from here and move away, then everything is still the same. To get out of hot water, 1, you have to get above that, and 2, you need to close above that lower high. If we cannot hold here, then our number 1 target is still viable. Right? That's our 200 EMA on a daily. If that 200 EMA doesn't hold, your 2 target is still viable. Right? We've been saying it since we broke this, right? On the macro, I've been saying less predicting, more reacting. Right? Know what you need to break to fix the wound that was created and react to either it holding or not holding. Which is why it's frustrating when people come in and they say it's 70K and it's like, bro, you don't even know what you're supposed to be. You're just, you know, there's a method to this madness. Just pay attention to the metrics that matter on the macro, right? The macro chart is what makes people actually put large amounts of money in or not. That intraday trading shit that we do is fun, but that's for volatility and for, you know, chump change. The big money's paying attention to this chart. And the warning sign that we had was not being able to close above that lower high. Right? And then I said, okay, now closing above the lower high is fine as long as we can hold this SR flip. We lost this SR flip. On yesterday's daily candle, right, on this candle, I said if we get back above the 50, then we've got 1 foot back on sort of good ground, right? We rejected off of the 50. This candle reacted to it and the data and Russia and all of that shit. Not the best time for FUD, but an appropriate time for FUD, if that makes any sense. Right? Not the best time for us to get FUD, but it is exactly the time that you would expect to see FUD kick in. Right? When you're bearishly retesting something that needs to hold to fix a chart on the macro. That's what'll drop our sentiment. Right? So today's sentiment should be lower for sure. We haven't gotten today's plot yet, but I would expect this to drop lower than 44. We're already in fear. Be interesting to see how much it drops, but so basically, to answer your question, Bitcoin needs to hold the support it's at right now. Right? If it holds the support, we wait for the next daily candle to see how much of that vector it recovers, what's going on. If it doesn't hold that support, we're into the next phase of our move. Right? Slight chance that it holds support at 108, but the support we really want to hold is up here at 109.3, where we're at right now. Basically, right where we're whipping, where we're wicking above. Let me roll this over a little bit. Goal for today, if you are a bull, or if you bought these dips, is to stay inside of that range. Goal for tomorrow is to recover as much of this vector as you can. Goal for this week to get back above support. Remember, we still have 3 days. absolute most bullish goal would be to get this weekly candle above 114.4 in 3 days. No problem, brother.
Hey, Dbloc, you look at silver today?
Yes, sir. I just saw what you call it fell off a cliff too though. Global M2. We're back underneath our right translated. Right? That is a pretty severe dip. If this continues to drop, let's future trip. If this just continues to drop, right, then I will stand firmly and say that December is our exit for crypto. And global M2 tends to run for a little bit. So that would mean probably closer to early December if this doesn't recover. But yeah, silver, gold. The money's come out of money markets, right? Because we've seen the money markets go down when the rate cuts came in, but they moved into safety. They moved into gold. They moved into silver. It's about 105 days, Soto. To be specific, it's between 95 and 105 days. So yeah, roughly about 3 months or a quarter.
I was thinking we were going to get 45 by next week, but it hit it this midweek.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of thinking open road all-time highs in the beginning of October, first week of October. Maybe overshoot a little bit, 130, something like that. But then a retrace into November. And then that last liquidity injection. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's gonna be the hard one, guys. You think this is tough? If you're having a hard time buying this dip, you're gonna have a very difficult time buying this one in October. Because the calls for the bull market being over at this point are gonna be super high. Super high. Traditionally, we should be done timing wise by October 16th. If it was to land on the day, right? But the problem is we can't avoid we can't ignore this liquidity. Right? This shit is moving. So, but for me, the safe thing to do is, like I said, I'm gonna de-risk second week of October. And I'm expecting one to have a quick bump on my birthday. I'm gonna buy a bunch of shit on my birthday, play that up until Halloween because we have that little liquidity injection there, or the dead cat bounce on M2. And then this move is going to be the one that I think screws a lot of people up. For some of y'all, this will be the end. And I say that because the FUD's going to be so high. For some of y'all, this will be the end. And there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to catch every last squeeze of the orange. Right? There's nothing even wrong if you want to walk away in October if you've been here since 15K. You know, Bitcoin gets up to like 130 or something like that, and you've made 115K per Bitcoin. Nothing wrong with walking away early. But for us degens that are trying to squeeze everything they can out of this section here is going to be clutch. Right? Early November. At this time, I promise you, you're going to be a complete idiot for buying crypto. Some of you will be buying and not even saying anything out loud because there'll be so many people calling you stupid at this point. And they could be right. Who knows? But my plan is when we do get into this dip, right after I de-risk, have a last little hurrah for my birthday on some speculative shit. This section here is going to be a very tight portfolio. 3, 4, 5 coins. Maybe. 3, 4, 5 coins. Maybe even probably closer to 3. Because I need to be able to tightly manage those positions. They better be in the right alts. I'm telling y'all, this isn't going to be a everything cycle where every single alt moves just because it's an alt. You better have a reason for the alt that you're holding, and there better be enough people that agree with that. Let's look at where we are right now on this is where we are right now. What's today's date? September 25th. Okay, which means on this global M2 chart, we are right here. Okay. When did this dip start? When did we break down here? 20th? 19th, 20th? When the orange man came? Oh, that's interesting. Right there. So, coincidence? All these factors came together at the same time. The all-time high levels of liquidity, the empty order books, the volume gaps underneath, the forced to take profit on coins that were in profit to get into that Avantis and whatever the hell the other one's called. Can't remember right now. Yeah, that it's like I said the other day when I drew it out and I showed you guys, it's the perfect storm. Yeah, so going back to the point I was trying to make there without making it, because then I get accused of trying to get people wrecked. If this is the dip that we got, and mind you, like I said, it's not just the decreased liquidity, right? The decreased liquidity is what added to that emptiness in the order book, right? It's one of the factors that led to the low liquidity environment, that led to the flush or whatever. But this injection of liquidity that we get from now to the 9th is the biggest injection that we've had this entire time in a small period of time, right? And it comes in on the 27th. So I'm nobody's dad, you know what I mean? Or else a lot of y'all would be in trouble. But everybody has decisions to make. At this point, where my head is at is drop it as far as you can possibly drop it before the 27th. Do your worst. I rarely get what I want, so I doubt that's what they'll do, but I would love to buy some fear.
Give me some at 98.
I don't think we go sub 100s. I want Avantis and Aster to just keep falling off the end of a cliff is what I want. That's what I want people to panic on.
CZ has like 95% of Aster supply. So unless he's going to start dumping.
And people say that as a bad thing. People see
No,
that
I'm
as
saying,
a
yeah,
bad
like,
thing.
yeah, he can't, unless he starts dumping. I don't know how it's going to dip.
Yeah. That to me was like one of the positive things. Everybody on Twitter was freaking out. My brother, richest man in crypto, is the one holding these coins. I think it'll be all right. I don't think he's in it for the quick pump and dump, you know? I mean, it might be a long con, you know? It might be a 2 or 3 cycle pump and dump, who knows? But I don't think there's any real, he's in a big hurry to pull his profits. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. The problem is profit taking, Mars. Like, if we're gonna be honest, right? Like, the problem is that profits aren't being taken. Like, people are not taking profits when they buy these dips and price goes up. They're not taking profits. Right? I can tell people to blue in the face to take 20% profit, 40% profit, set TP1, TP2, TP3, layer out of positions, right? So that when things happen, you have money to buy dips with. Like, there's not a lot of people right now that have, like, even if they're 60% in position, let's say they've got 40% of the position in dry powder, not too many of them complaining about these dips right now. It's just a lot of people who didn't take profits and round tripped and then went past round trip. And buying and holding, if you're like, look, I just want to buy and hold and walk away, I don't care if it goes 10% lower, 20% lower. I just want to have my coins so that I can sell at the top of the bull market or whatever. Then cool, but you don't have to be watching the charts every day if you're doing that either. Right? If that's the plan, if you're happy with your coin count and you don't care about round tripping, you're just gonna hold it, then probably not good for the mental to just watch the chart while you're upside down. Yeah, I hear you, brother. Slow and steady. One of the reasons that I want Aster to retrace is because I want to find the line. Right? There's a line somewhere here. Just like, well, not here, my bad. This is the wrong chart. So I want to find that CZ manipulation line. Right? That line at which CZ obviously steps in. It's super obvious on BNB, but a little bit more difficult on this just because it's new. Yeah, our CZ support level. Right now, point of control is at 160. Let's take it back to range trading. I'm gonna drill this into your guys' head where it's gonna just be annoying as shit. Where you're gonna hear it without me even saying anything. But this is our range. Right. And currently, this is a deviation. We know it's a deviation officially because prices come back into the range and retested it. And currently bearishly. So chances are that an effort will be made to bring price back down to the bottom of the range. Right. I'm shooting for psychological low, 150 on Aster. But our point of control is about 158, 157. So this is my area of interest right now. And if it does trade as a range, right, and just goes back down to the bottom of the range, then I'll just buy lower. But that's where I start to get interested in picking up more Aster. Right in those ranges.
Did you get
um,
some Dbloc or you still waiting?
I've nibbled. I've took some nibbles. I bought some Avantis in the 150s. Excuse me. I picked up some AVAX, just filling the bags back up from the TPs. Yeah, I mean, as far as bottoming patterns on ETH goes, guys, I mean, we are at that. We did get to that 3,800, but you have to come way down. Even on the 5-minute, that stopping volume candle had got invalidated. And so we're not seeing anything that we can sink our teeth into here on ETH just yet. What else was I looking at? Oh, somebody asked me to look at guns. I'm a little scared to look at guns. How the hell, how did it take this dip today? It was doing so good. Dun, dun, where you at? Not as bad as it could have been. At least it made that move yesterday. This would have been a lot worse if it hadn't have made this move yesterday. Yeah, I want Avantis sub 150. I might get greedy with it. Hold on, let me bring my Avantis chart over here. Right, so I was worried about this bull flag playing out without completely filling out, so that's good. We lost that. We don't have to worry about that. Now we're targeting these SR flips. The most bullish, if I want to be greedy, I would say drop that shit to 115. But the most bullish would be coming down to that SR flip at 150 and holding that uptrend. Right? So something like this. And then your bear scenario would be I'm really liking this 150, 145 to like 150 range. But we got to see volume come in. Right? Which means I need to see nice chunky volume spikes as we hit that 150. Needs to look more like this. Right? Than this bullshit. I'm waiting to see how Asia reacts more personally. I'm waiting to see what mom does when she comes on. Because we know US market maker are the kids. And they're always going to go wild, but we'll see what the intentions are when Asia comes in. If Asia comes in and they go straight into like corrective movements, then that might be something to pay attention to. But if they come in and they join the fun, start dumping too, then we know this is going to last a little bit longer than any of us would like. And Pith held together okay. $1,000,000%, huh?
Yo, do you think that level holds for ETH? That's a good level, right?
3,800.
Yeah, 38.9.
It could, but just like I was saying about guns, if we don't get volume picking in, like other people have to agree, right? First time we touched down decent volume, right? I would say people stepped in at that candle. This is what I'm talking about, like, but that has to continue. This is that support resistance range for the most part. High to that high. You wait for their candles to come in. Can't do anything but wait for them to come online. And then watch the first, 15, 30 minutes, hour of the session. Unless you're a B-boy, he's 1,000,000% sure he knows what Asia's gonna do, so you might want to ask him. But if one thing I can promise you is what I said earlier is the best way to have a risk-adjusted attitude at this, which is less predicting and more reacting. If you ask me, if I was Asian market maker coming in, sitting down in the office, cutting my PC on, and I saw this level of liquidations to the top side with this many vector gaps and these many imbalances left behind off reactionary news, I'd be looking to do some cleanup. Which, even if it fails, right, even if we get the continuation down that we're looking at to that 106, 108, or 106, it still makes for good intraday trades.
Higher low, maybe? Higher low?
The speed of all this sucks. Each market maker house has market makers in each session, right? Just think of it like different shifts of the same company. But some Asian exchanges will have specific market makers that are theirs, right? Some European exchanges might have specific market makers that are there. But most of the large market maker firms, they're global. Just the Asian office, the UK office, the New York office.
Okay, so how many days this month? 30? 5 days to close above that. Seems doable. Hey, Dbloc, did you swing at this?
Not on Bitcoin, but I bought some alts.
Oh, okay.
Just short-term plays, recovery plays. Yeah, from like 145 to 150, that's support. If I see some volume come in those ranges, I'm good money. This uptrend on the 15-minute, basically. Right? Even if it goes lower, what my thesis is even if we get a small correction on Bitcoin, even if it rolls over, right? But if we go after these vectors when Asia comes in, then I want to play some alts because the alts are going to get a bigger percentage in that sort of retrace, right? So I'm looking for that to come in somewhere around 145, 150, this uptrend for that support. Guys that have been here for a while, you know my motto, man. High levels of FUD at macro support. For me, I've got to swing at that. And while Bitcoin isn't at macro support, there are some alts that are. Right? So I have to buy that fear. Like, just experiences taught me that I regret not buying that fear when I don't. Yeah, to be fair though, Epic, if you are looking at that trade, the way I'm playing it is I'm super tight stops underneath. Right? Because if this support doesn't hold and that uptrend breaks, then I want to be able to pick up 119, 118. I'm not trying to ride that down. Right? So for me, I'll grab an ATR. What's the ATR? 4 cents. My stop is going to be somewhere about 4 to 8 cents underneath this range. Yeah, those unleaded ETFs make your portfolio like sputter sometimes. Give me a second, so I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something.
Bitwise files for ETF for Hyperliquid. Aster's getting a pump off that too, actually. The whole market is. Let's go. Pretty sure hype is gonna squeeze hard off that news. 'Cause so many people have been shorting it since Aster. Squeeze them, hype. Squeeze them. Esther got a bigger pump than hype on the ETF news for hype.
the red dot go? I saw it.
What's up, everybody?
Well, hope the coast is clear.
Yeah.
Got back in SPX, lower than ever.
Nice.
I was kind of annoyed I missed 99 the other day, but I ended up getting 94. So my God, if this could hold, man, thank God if this
You guys out here buying these dips or what? These are the good days to buy.
What's up? Come on, get all that vector to the left.
Open mic.
Sorry, man. That's probably my music.
Guess his foot slipped off the gas there. I guess that's why it's good to have paper hands. touch grass. I hope it rips.
a run in sentiment.
Anybody trading XPL? New token.
Which token was that?
XPL. That's a new token that came out on Binance today. Yesterday. It has to do with stable coins, I guess, right? XPL.
I've been out of the loop today, thankfully.
Yeah. Got a lot of hype. It's called Plasma. The ticker is XPL. It's a high performance layer 1 blockchain purpose built for stable coins. I think next time I see a good dip on that, I'm trying to probably get in. If it ever does dip. Volume's crazy on it. Aster came down a lot. Phew. 30%.
It'd be nice to pick it up at the psychological low or even a little bit there lower. It's not being chased as much right now. what's hammering down?
That XPL token is one of the highest tokens to the biggest market caps off the start. Plasma. 2.27 billion.
I don't like the looks of that 4-hour candle. Doesn't have anything being built underneath that can easily get hugged. So I understand what you mean if it takes a dip, but it's gonna have to give back half of that 4-hour candle before even looking.
Talking about Bitcoin?
No, I'm talking about that coin that you're looking at. Looking at the 4-hour candle. It's
Oh, XPL?
yeah.
Yeah, wait. I'm
I
waiting
ain't
for a dip
chasing
on that thing.
dreams. Somebody else can chase them, and they can tell me how well they did with it, and I'll
No, I
be
would
just as happy for them, but not my money.
no, hell no. I would not chase that right now. Gets a big dip, yeah. I'm sure they must have this on leverage, so it will come back down.
Aster, you can play with it with like really, really, really tiny amounts of money on super high leverage. They've got it on Blowfin at 50x.
Yeah.
You can trade it like that, but obviously not to stay in it for a long period of time. But you can take small amounts of money. I'm talking about like 50 cents, a dollar, $2, $5. And then, as it continues to drop, continue to add to your position.
Mm-hmm.
And it does work out. I've been playing with it for days, and it's been fun.
So it moves a lot, man.
My point is that you can expect it to move a lot. So if you're not looking for, if you're not looking for dramatic
swings, you can trade it in both directions and make out pretty decently.
Yeah. Yep.
Not advice to anybody. I'm not definitely shilling it, but we've all talked about that coin here.
Yeah. You're definitely not showing it.
But I appreciate you sharing that new one. I've been out of the loop today, so I will start looking at it. And when things are dropping, though, people are looking for some place to try to make some loot while things are going down. And generalities, a lot of people only want to trade up. They don't want to short anything. So, when something starts pumping, the flocks amass to it, and then we know what happens at some point.
I think that token stole a lot of Aster's hype for now. So,
It might have just as well rotated over.
yep.
The one that I was surprised that kind of lost steam as soon as it came out was that one that Trump had kind of promoted. That what is it?
Oh, World Liberty? Yeah, World
Yeah,
Liberty Finance.
Liberty just fell apart quickly.
Yeah, there was a lot of people saying that was going to be $100 billion market cap token. This, that.
Then it very well may be in a couple months. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, every time it dips, I look at it again. I'm not going to say if I'm buying or not, but yeah. But today, nothing. I did nothing, and I'm happy for it.
I gave a lot of my Aster positions. I fell asleep in it. I woke up and like, what happened?
Yeah, I woke up. I had more money. I shorted, but I didn't take a trade today.
I wasn't expecting to come down that much. Jesus.
My few dollars with 50x leverage turned into a quite. Last time I checked, I think it was like like what, like 800% or something like that. I forget. Like it came
Yeah.
down hard.
Yeah, it came down like close to 30% from the top, I believe. Oh yeah. 50 times that. Phew. Nice.
It's not a bad deal. I just wish it was $50.
Yeah.
ETH got a hold of me though. I'll be honest.
ETH is
ETH,
getting
I was thinking I didn't expect it to come that far down, and there was no shorts below. I mean, there was no longs below it, and nobody, like when I looked, nobody was buying. I was like, dear God, it's usually stacked up with some long positions, entering in, but nothing was showing up on the chart. I was like, well, win some, lose some.
What's behind? Someone was saying there was talks of war or something. I don't know. I haven't looked into it
Oh,
yet.
that's the one thing right now. It's like I don't think the jobless reports is really on a global scale with what's going on in the U.S. is a care factor for crypto that much to this degree. However, war, we saw a huge dip months ago when the Israel conflict started, and it rallied up pretty quickly. We still don't have a clear path on what's being said or what's going to happen with this. So a weekend war, and things being all hunky dory on Monday could be a good sign. But if things do quote unquote escalate over the weekend, maybe we'll see the same thing that happened a couple months ago. Maybe, I don't know. I just wish I had held on to some of those positions from that ultimate low. So I thought it was gonna go lower, and it didn't. And then I sold off a little too fast. And then I bought more of the same position later on, and it wasn't as profitable. chain link came down to a level that I didn't expect it to. These came down to a level I didn't expect it to.
Where's Chainlink at? I haven't even looked at that.
It was like $20. Looks like a score.
Good one to get.
That Psy company too that blew up a few months back came, down to some levels. We're back to some levels that, we saw in February on some of these tokens. If you take a look at Fartcoin, Fart blew out its last fart, I think.
Blew it out.
It was a loud one. I think it's still pushing down. It's tanking up the place. Usually, I think that thing has like some of the most volume traded, and it's gone. I put in an order way, 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 way down to like 50% of the daily level. It's like 40 something percent. I forget. Obviously, it hadn't hit, but if it does, I'm expecting maybe it'll roll. Maybe it'll fart its way back out. With this one, I'm holding it. I'm hoping it'd be one of those silent stinkers that just goes up, clears the room and goes up. I know some people that bought during the like before last year during the summer. They bought Fartcoin for nothing. It did. When it bottomed out last summer, and they rode it all the way to the top, like astronomical with some high leverage too. They actually forget which trading platform they were using, but they had made so much money off of it. They actually the trading platform closed their position. I never knew a leverage trade could be just closed out by the institution, the whatever platform that they were using, but they had made so much money they literally closed out their position.
Getting a little puppy.
We just hit 109,785. We pulled back a little tiny bit from that, but that was key number right there. It was 109,785. Okay, so if you take, oops, I am, oh boy. If you take a look at your 15-minute chart and you see the structure, you see that the 50 EMA and the 50 MA are above price, right? But below 109,977. Our horizontal line is 109,977. So that's our resistance right now on the horizontal. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make here is we're ascending up to meet that spot between 109,785 and 109,977. And the thing is that you see the difference in the structures between this 15-minute, and I'm going to go to the 5-minute, and you're going to see the way the movement is, the flow. See, here's the flow of price on the 5-minute. You see how it's ascending from this this jump right here off the 50 EMA. So our 5-minute structure is underneath the 15. And that dome is right up ahead, that resistance dome from those moving averages are flowing downwards, while the 5-minute is moving upwards. Those 50 EMAs will kind of clash here at this 109.7 area. So there can be like a struggle, up in here because you have descending moving averages meeting the ascending right in this spot. So that's what makes this descending angle important. And if you remember, yesterday when we were talking, these yellow lines were where we wanted to hold above, right, on our descent, but we couldn't. So we pushed down through them. Those were the 5 EMAs from the daily. That's the pattern or the flow. So you can see you've got descending pressure this way, and then now ascending pressure from these smaller time frames coming up and meeting right here at this X. So if that pressure from above on the 15-minute is too strong, it can, force us back underneath the 50 EMA on that 5-minute time frame, which is at 109,400. Just make sure 109,497-ish, right? So currently, this is the movement. It's kind of ascending vertical, you see, and price is right now right on top of that 13 EMA and underneath the 5, pushing up this, through here almost vertically. While if I now switch to the 15-minute, you'll see that the pattern is more of a descend. You see how the angular changes your perspective based on where those moving averages are in the structure. So you got push down and a push up, and you meet right here in this circle between this 50 EMA at 109,927-ish and the 5 minutes, which we just said was at right here, 109.5. Basically 109.5 is 484. So we're sandwiched here. Now, the other factor is that the larger part of the structure on the 5-minute is descending. So you see the 200 MA and the 200 EMA. The 200 MA is the pink, fatter one, and then the skinnier white one is the 200 EMA. Both of those are below, at the moment, below the pivot point, okay? So the pivot point is 110,384. So again, you have a lot of pressure from above pushing down on the descending angular right? And that, if you follow those lines, that comes out to tomorrow. Well, it'll be early morning, like 4:45 a.m. unless we, arrest that pattern in this area before 4:05 a.m., right? So since the 4 hour and the 8 hour have their candles about that time of day, the 4 a.m., we'll look at that 8 hour to see what you got going on. And on the 8 hour, all the moving averages are above price. You see? You have the 5 EMAs above price, the pivot point, the 13, the 200, the 50, and then your larger moving averages are also up at the top, and they're actually above the EMAs. So that is a overhead pressure as well on the 8 hour. So if price can come up here through the night now on this candle and reclaim above that pivot point and at least to the top of the previous candle or that we're had before this new one here, then we will be above the 5 EMA, but still below the 13. But at least that would turn this direction around so that the bottom of the candle would be horizontal above 111,000 right there. So it would get us out of this descending pattern and more towards breaking this downtrend. So if we look at that again with, oops, you got to give me a minute to clear all that color. Yeah. Whoops, I'll just forget it because it's too much for me to do for a second. It takes a minute. So we'll just get rid of that. All right. So here we go. All right, so we talked about 4 a.m. So 4 a.m. would be on this current candle here. All right, so the next candle opens here on Friday the 26th, 4 a.m. So here's our 5 EMA, right here. Let's see, what's that number? 110.6. And to get past the this HMA resistance line and on the volume profile, the top that volume profile is right at 109.8. So if we can assume that we're going to have some bullish movement from the 5 EMA, or I mean 5-minute time frame, trying to reclaim this level right here, which is at 200, that is at 110.3. All right, so if the bottoms of the candles on the 5-minute can be using this 200 for support, then between now and 4 a.m., let's look at 4 a.m., which is right 2, 3, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. right here. 4, 5, so here's 4. Why again? There. All right, so right here. So notice that direction is not like downward, it's more lateral on a horizontal. So price needs to move this way between this time and 4 a.m. so that it's in this area for that 8 hour so that we can be in this zone between 109.6 and what's this number here? 110.3. And that will keep us from receiving, having those lower numbers into there after that. But we also have to understand that at 4 a.m., that candle, we may turn a little more bearish if where is it? See, you still have that 800 from the top and these 200. All right, so let's go back. I'm trying to remember what. Okay, so the pull downward on the 8 hour is towards its 800. That's what's on the bottom. All right, so the daily open is underneath the pivot. That's the 109. Okay, so again, the flow on the 8 hour is moving in a descending pattern towards the gravity of this support line underneath the daily open. So it's up to the early time frames now between now and 4 a.m. to push us from where we are now above that pivot point, hopefully, and at least get across this EMA and the pivot point, which again, about 111. So somewhere between 110.5 and 111,000 would be more bullish than bearish. But remember, we may come down underneath that daily open. That is at 4 a.m. that it's likely. So if we stay stagnant or stay horizontal, we might get that dip. So that is 108.9. And remember, those options are pinned in the areas between 108 and 110. So that puts us right for, if this pattern continues to pushing downward and we cannot get some volume on the 5 minute and in through the 15. So this is the predicament. So be thinking about this daily open number, about 109, 108.8 for around 4 a.m. if we aren't securely over the 200 MA from that pivot. Alrighty. So this arc isn't that deep. It's ascending rather, nicely. So hopefully we can remain over 109,420 right here. That's the bottom of this ribbon structure, and it's at where the 50 MA is. 50 MA is underneath the 50 EMA on the 5 minute. So, but you can also see a rejection, of that 50 and down to that 50 MA, which would, roll us over towards that daily open. So, got to have a lot of momentum and volume in order to really sustain a move upward, especially since we have the pressure from the 200s descending, unless price comes up here in between this space and puts that pressure on to keep them from coming underneath, over price and then over the moving averages. All right. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Oh, by the way, XRP is also at a special spot. If you want, I can take a couple minutes. But the daily candle, let me see if I can change this real quick. The daily candle is above prices above the 800 EMA, but if we don't get movement towards $2.80, we'll likely see the 268 level and possibly below that. Second, I gotta remember how to change my stream picture, and there it is. All right, so here's our XRP. That's where we were rejected from that 297 level. We didn't get past $3.02, which is what we needed. See this number up here, 302, and then 306. 302 and 306 are extremely important numbers for XRP. You can see we're quite a ways away from that right now, and we're not moving in an ascending pattern at the moment. We are still descending. Here is that daily, and I'm going to take off all this and show you what that means. You see how much pressure there is from the top down. That's from that 50 MA. See how it's arcing over the top, curve, and then prices in the middle of it and everything up here versus the 200 MA, and this is the daily, and then below that, well, I must have been misreading. It must be the 200 that I meant. It wasn't the 800, but I don't see where the 800 is. Oh, I don't have the 800 on this chart. That's why. But I believe the 800 is about in this area right here at 196. I'll double check that because I don't have those EMAs on here right now. But so let's go back to 15-minute. Let's go back to 15-minute. Let's go back to. Is my voice that distorted? Oh my goodness. Is that enough? I better stop talking if it's that distorted. That sounds horrible. All right. So we're facing pressure from the MAs on 15-minute as well. So 277.84 will get us across that 50 MA. If we cannot do that and we continue to, descend here, that $2.68 is very possible. I'll show you here. So you break this line right there, and that is 275.22. You fall out of the bottom of the structural integrity of the 15-minute right here at 271.96. So you see I have this 271.69 number. All right, so the structure integrity of the 15-minute is just above that line. Then you would roll over underneath that 268. That's 268 comes from back here. Right there. And so 280 is major for XRP right there. And then after 280 is 285 and then 287 for the daily. So it looks like it's wanting to try and make a higher high here locally. So that would put us at the 277. But like I said, it's still not enough. If you see the 30-minute right up here, 279.21. Where's our all right, yeah. 281.08 is the 50 MA, and that's on a descending angular right now. So probably by 3:30 in the morning we'll be, close enough to meet that if it continues on that path and we continue to kind of move upward. But you see the space between 278.4 and where the moving average is here on the overhead resistance line at 281.54. So there, even if we get past 277, there's still a hill to climb here. Then the 200 MA is above that, way up here at 285. And that still does not get us where we need to go. We need to be over 287. So it's got a little work to do. What was interesting is we were, doing very well last night, and then into the morning got this nice pump. But we failed that middle section at 291 right here. 291, sorry, right here. 276, I'm looking for 291. Yeah, right here. This was what could have been a really nice continuation, but it just absolutely went not. It just lost support really fast, right at that line. So it's got a lot of work to do. Come back to the middle, which would be on this triangle right there. See how that triangle goes right up through there. But look at the way price looks. Does not look like it's all that excited. I mean, it's trying, but anyway, gonna have to have a lot of volume for XRP. Now it could go slower, just kind of drift upward and do this chop, 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 and everybody gets frustrated. Or we could have a nice bullish move, which is the preferred method for a lot of people. But anyway, that's XRP. Okay, so a couple seconds ago, I just did a quick like visual, and I found that my bounce from this pattern right here takes me to 285.5, and then I did my circle, and that confirmed my little test with my mouse. I get very good at this, but anyway, you can see there's our circle, and it also confirms this center is over 3 o'clock. You need to be over 3 o'clock for your upwards pattern to continue, right? So if you divide this circle between into 4 sections, 4 pieces of pie, all right, and you think of it as a watch face, 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock. When you get to be old enough, you get to go tell the doctors how you know what time it is on an analog face. Ask your parents about that, or your grandparents. Anyway, oh no, now I'm gonna laugh. So I better. Anyway, you have to be. We need to be over this number 280, right? That's not even quite half, so it's 281. It's 282, right there. To get rid of this descending pattern. Now, over the top, like I was saying before, we need $3.02, $3.06, and then our big number is 312. After 312, that opens the door to 324 and 337. But you must have 312. So I understand that obviously it's chronological. I'm talking about the angular and for the slopes and everything like that. So you got to have 312 in order to get your expansion up to 315 and then 324 or 331. If you don't get 312, you still remain under that descending arc. See that? Here's the resistance, right? It flows from here to here. So if you cannot cross 312, you see, then you're still underneath that arc right there. So got that pattern like that, and that curves you back down. So you need 312. All right, looks like we're getting a little bit of a lifting here. Let's see. Yeah, wick. Right, previous 30-minute candle had a wick to 277.84, it looks like. So this candle, we need to cross that. So have to look back a little bit of ways. That was about 230. So between 230 and 4, somewhere in there, we were tapping that. So maybe this time we'll break it. So the move up there would be probably somewhere between 283 and 285.5. You meet resistance there. And then if we can get past 287.18, that will be a good thing for XRP. It needs to hold this MA here on the 5 minute. So this is a big test right here for XRP.
Boy, anybody around in here? Anybody around to buy the dips? Who's buying the dips? I'm buying the dips.
How many dips are you buying?
Well, I'm buying all the dips.
Oh, good.
Nah,
Sorry.
just the past couple days I've been buying pretty heavy. Past couple days. How about you? Been buying any of these dips there, BJ?
Yeah, my mic is picking up some stuff. I don't know why. Gloomy, I've got the crisp on. So let's see. I'll have to fix the sensitivity maybe.
Got the voice isolation.
I think so. Let's see. It says it's on. Well, I'll try to fix it.
What do we get? What's the cinnamon been here like the past few days? Has everybody given up yet?
Altcoin depression, Bitcoin, no problem.
Seems like Bitcoin's been having some serious anxiety attacks lately.
I don't know about that. If you consider over $100,000, that
I mean, I don't know, dude. It's just been really volatile. Can't really make up its mind.
$100,000. What are you trading, me mad?
Bitcoin, and I just got in at on SPX at 94.
SPX. That's a meme coin, right? Yeah. We put. See that new token that came out today? XPL. That thing is on fire. I'm waiting for a nice dip on that one. I gave a lot of my after back, man. I'm never going to bed with in position anymore. Heck with that.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna mess with it. It was too high.
I got in at what one around 140. I'm still up, but I gave what like 35% back. Oh, can't do nothing, man. I think that other token's still all its hype on Binance. XPO. Seems like a pretty good. Definitely not jumping in something that's 500% up. Even though it'll probably go to 2,000%. I've seen that happen so many times with a new token. So was there any news for this dump? I did hear someone saying something about war. I don't see anything on Twitter.
Department of Defense changed Department of War.
They changed the name?
Yeah, from Defense to Department of War, and then they had some type of meeting.
That don't seem like bad news.
That's the best they could come up with.
That wasn't today, but yesterday, um, I'm sorry, I was just reading Gloomy's message. Yes, you're right. Yesterday, we had fighter jets scramble in Alaska because
really?
of Russian aggression, apparently. Let's see.
I thought Trump and Putin were buddies, man. Wow, what's going on with that? You're gonna have to go talk to them, DJ.
Yes, I am, because I would set them all straight. I sure would. Yes.
That's what they need. Good talking
Tell
to.
them, yes, a good.
Need to
I
get
would talk.
along.
Yes, I would talk loud to them. I certainly would. I'd give my best. What for? Tell them there's been enough suffering. We don't need it. We don't want it.
Pointless.
People just want to live in peace. Although it seems like human nature kind of gravitates towards conflict in a way. Over the course of our existence, we seem to have conflict a lot as human beings.
You have that token plasma on your exchange?
I think I do.
Yeah, it just came out. I probably got listed on there today.
So, Mooney, I was reading something about plasma. Give me a little bit because I can't remember if it was something that I thought, oh, that's good, or oh, I better stay away from that. So I will let you know.
It's listed on a bunch of exchanges. Most of them except for Coinbase and Robinhood.
No, it's not on BTCC. Is it PLASMA?
No, it's XPL.
Oh, okay, XPL.
Let's
Oh,
see.
yes, I do have it.
Yeah.
Both in futures and in spot. Or
Futures.
yeah. Oh no, it's not in spot. Only futures. That seems strange.
Hey, you're trading. Where you trading?
A BTCC is where I trade for
BTCC,
leverage. Yeah. But they have spot too. Spot and there's tokenized stocks. So you're seeing $1.22 on
or
XPO.
XPO.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really been looking at it. I'm waiting
Oh,
for it to
that's
dip.
what it's at now.
Is that $1.22?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, $1.22.
Okay. So there's a gap there from $1.22 down to $1.01-ish, $1.05. But currently it's pretty bullish looking. Looks like $1.36 is possible. And then
111, I almost jumped in.
and then $1.44.
Pretty interesting. Oh, hype for stable coins. Plasma is a high performance layer 1 blockchain purpose built for stable coins.
Yeah, if the 5-minute remains bullish, there's somewhere between 124 and 127, and then it would break its overhead at 129.7.
What do you see for Aster?
Aster is down about 220. Oh, it's right up. It's about to see if it can reclaim that 50 EMA on the 5-minute. So after it does that, if it can, and find support over 185, there's a gap up to resistance at 190, 170. So that's the 5-minute. Let's look at the 4-hour. It's over its 50 EMA on the 4 hour. So it would need to hold that. And 185. So needs 180, 87, break 187, and then you can get continuation after 195.20 on the 4 hour chart. And then the wicks to 214.62.
That's a with the vector up there, right around there, 214.
Yep. That's a 4 hour. So let's see. 30 minutes. All right. So 30-minute would be the key factor because it would need to cross its midline, $1.91. And then it's got a little gap between there and 199.06. If it can clear all that, over the top is 206.35. So it's got a lot of EMAs to cross between here and 193.84. And then there's that wick between that 193.84 and what's that number? 203.7. So if it fills that wick up, you can get continuation up to 205 probably. So downside, let's see. Currently the 1 minute is struggling a bit. So if it falls underneath 182, there'll probably be 180 in sight. Then there's a large gap from 180 to 176.29 on the 1 minute chart. So if it holds its middle structure above 182, and if it dipped, then it would possibly come back up. But right now it looks like it might try to find a new high again above 185. Just have to see if it can hold this number at 182.9. That'll be the test. 182.9.
183, huh?
Then if it falls from there, it probably would test $1.80, 18061. If it falls to 18061, it's got a ways to go back down.
I don't know, like 143
Which one?
faster.
Yeah, isn't that what we're just talking about, Aster?
And on this token,
I bought Linnea and what's the other one that's with Aster that came out at the same time? Avantis. So that I didn't
before that, Atlantis. What was the one you said the first time that you got?
Linnea.
Oh, Linnea? Yeah.
Yeah, Linnea, Linnea, L-I-N-E-A. LNEA.
Yeah, that was hot when it first came out.
The reason I say Linnea is because I have a my cousin's
right?
yeah, my cousin's daughter's name is she pronounces it Linnea. So that's why I say it like that.
You don't look
I
that
was-
bad right now.
No, it is up against it had a little bit of a double top at 152.7, and it's about to challenge that right
Linea?
now. No, Avantis.
Oh, okay. I was looking at Linea.
Okay, so I'll go to Linea. All right, and it's not- okay, this one is around the 2 cents. This is 0.2595 right now, and it's gonna challenge 2599. If it breaks over 2599, it can possibly head up to the 15-minute 200 at 2730. Then there's a gap between 2730 and 2957, 02957. Let's see what the date.
What is Linea?
Layer 2. Let me see. I have a bunch of stuff written up on that.
Layer 2 built from first principles to strengthen Ethereum and the entire ETH economy.
So it's on has a lot to do with the MetaMask, and I believe. Hang on a second. I think they just got compliance. If I'm thinking about the right thing, I better get my notes out. That's the one that Consensus, the CEO of Consensus, has kind of adopted, or it's on that same path. Okay, so here we are.
OG, what is that? You ever heard of that? The OG protocol is a Web3 largest layer 1 modular blockchain. OG protocol. Pretty interesting.
I'll send it to you. Oh, God. BJ2 sent you a friend request.
Poor coin. Were you talking to me, BJ? You sent a friend request?
Yes, because so I can send it from BJ2 because
Yeah, I
we're
can't find it. Hold on a second. My coin's ringing. Sorry. I can't see it. Where would it be? It's not my direct messages. Friend request. Friend.
I can send it again.
I don't see anything.
XRP failed there. It's coming down to
Oh.
274.
Oh, I got it. Got it now. Chat, Lord. I
Okay.
got it.
All right, good. I have some more to send here in a minute, too, quite a bit.
4G Labs token seems pretty interesting. The largest AI layer 1 for storage, compute, and scale. Looking pretty hot. Oh, they're having an airdrop. That's why it's so hot. That's hard hat. Found. That is a good project. Thank you for that, BJ.
What'd you say?
I said thank you. Sorry.
Well, you're welcome. I've got some more. I'm gonna send you in a minute.
My microphone turns around on me, and everything gets low.
You been feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, good.
It's quiet on here today, huh? I haven't heard Dbloc.
He was on a while ago. I can't remember what time it was.
That was, yeah,
Afternoon.
like 1, I think. Yeah, you can tell Bitcoin's dumping. Quiet. When it's pumping, the place is noisy.
Yeah, it's better to think of the downward moves as a sale. You know, people always get excited over sales.
Yep, hey, that's how I look at it. I think a lot of us do now.
It's just sometimes the sale is on the clearance aisle and nobody wants the sale because they think it might go lower.
Yeah, that's
So
exactly.
they might be looking for the, how does it go? The green tag, then yellow, then red.
Wait for the green tag.
Yeah. Oh boy. So XRP is at 275. Doesn't want to make a
I
lower
can't
low.
believe that. That still sounds high for XRP. I remember it at 50 cents not too long ago.
Yep, that's right.
It was stuck at 50 for a long time.
Oh, forever. Goodness gracious. You didn't even have to do anything about anything. You just knew it was around 50 cents. You know, 48 to 52, then sometimes be 55.
What's going on with Doge? Was there
Doge
nothing
is
ever happened with that ETF?
yeah, well, it went well from the first get-go. It said it was a very successful launch.
Oh, so
But
it did go live?
yes.
Huh. Wow. Must have been buy the rumor, sell the news.
Yeah, it could possibly be.
Get hot again. Doge ETF set to launch this Thursday. Oh, that was September. No, never mind. That was posted on September 13th. Latest. I don't think it's been approved yet, the Doge ETF. The probability of the Dogecoin ETF being approved has risen to 99%. Rate cuts plus Doge ETF, perfect storm brewing.
Oh, there goes. And I'll put up the Doge chart here. Oh, we're back under 2.3, which is not terrific. See here, we're in this descending channel. Oh, did I change my screen or is it on there? I think it's on there. Yep. So the last time we were speaking about Doge, we were right up here. getting ready to cross this line, and it did, which was good because that was our must cross line. But you see, this is the these blue lines up here are fib spiral lines, and then the big orange is the macro MA line that you need to cross, right? So now we've dipped back underneath the triangle. We've had a death cross now I'm on the 69-minute, and we will need to reclaim 24569 in order to get back over that MA. And then you see these white lines. These are the curves, and all of that has to get crossed now again here in order to break out of the descending pattern. So if we don't, we have 21.9 here and 21.5. So that,
Oh, BJ.
yes, here we are.
Here we are. I think someone should have said hi to you, BJ.
I think that was
Hey guys.
Joe.
yeah, that was Joe. Zanny, I'm sorry I didn't see your message until just now. I was talking about Linnea, Linnea, Linea. Oh,
Zanny,
and
huh?
before that it was Advantis, and we did the price TA on what's the other one? Mooney, tell me the name. I always forget the second one's name.
That's that correct? No.
Aster, yes, Aster. So it might have been Aster that you were listening to me on. So what price did you hear? Aster is the one that's at $1.86. Avantis is at about 149 right now. And that's the price area that, yeah, it was Aster. Yep. Okay, good. So you want me to go back over that at all, Zanny?
Is he talking right now?
He's on the voice chat.
Can't hear him.
He's in the bubble box. He's not speaking.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
The bubble box.
Okay, sure. I'll give you another quick overview. And then we'll talk about Doge. Let's see. Okay, so Aster.
Relax. Take a Zanny. Yeah.
Aster and Zanny. Zanny. That is the name. That's right. Dbox chart overflow. Okay. All right. So currently on a 30-minute, it looks fairly bullish. It's on a quest to reclaim the moving averages there, and the next hurdle would be 186.9. After 186.9, if it can continue from there, the break at 194.33 is possible. However, there's still some more resistance after that. There's a wick that goes pretty high from 199 to about 204. And so if 204, between 204 and 206 breaks up, then it's wide open again on the 30-minute chart. But the 4-hour has a resistance at $1.93. So if the 30-minute, gets those moving averages cleared, that clears that that space for the 4-hour to make its little move past 194.8. If I'm, it's kind of dark in here. 194.8, yeah. Then there's a clear path to around 216, and then there would probably face some resistance from 216 to 229. Breaking 229 puts you in line for the 232, and then filling the wicks up on that 4-hour chart up over 243. So there you go. It's got a bright and shiny vision. Now, on the downside, 180, I think I was saying 180 would be the test, but really, if it fails at 180.81, that would be coming under the 4-hour 50. And then there's a gap from there to 167. And then if you fail 167, 161 would have to hold, because from 161 you got a nice drop to back down to 127. So holding that 50 on the 4-hour is pretty important at $1.81. All right, so let's see the moving averages on the 1 minute. With the 50 EMAs at 184.26. So that would be my invalidation, because it would be flying it awful close to the $1.81 mark. But it sure looks like it wants to go up and shoot for that 191 area. Yes, it does. You're welcome. All right, Joe, did you get your, no, it didn't come low enough for your buy yet, did it? You still have one waiting under there? Did you have a buy at 215, if I remember?
Yeah, BJ, I had all that stuff down there, and I FOMO'd up in a little bit up top up there. So I'm stuck up
Wow.
top. Well,
You're
at
stuck up top.
20, it's like 24.2 actually. So
24.2, so bad, Joe.
VJ,
24.2.
but you know what I'm saying. As soon as I buy it and things, they fall down. So
I know. And you were going to be so strong and not do it.
I
I'm
know.
patiently waiting, you said.
No, it's like
But
that's just patiently why I shouldn't drink alcohol. It's just like shit faced one day. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna do it, and I did it. It was dumb. It was like that. I waited this entire
well,
time.
yeah, but
You gotta learn something every day, BJ.
we do. Yeah. Well, Doge, it likes to give back. It just truly does.
that damn thing. But like I'm saying, patience and just
It's a giving machine.
it is. It always returns always back to where it started from.
I mean, someday it might not, but the pattern is usually it does. Anyway, yeah, resistance again now at 24,569. Of course it is. And then that MA is 20. What is it? Is my number wrong here? It must be. Yes, it must have moved because that is not in order. That belongs up here. $24.5. Find a 24.5. Looks like I moved more than one line. Let's see. That was right. 24,641. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's locked. Now I just need to put this one in place. All right. Looks like that would belong about right there. 24.2. I just changed this one. Okay, put it here. That looks like where it's supposed to be anyway. Okay. What's the number? 23,733. 23,733. Alrighty. All right, so this 9 here is what we're interested in. That's 23, 22, 8. 23,228. And where will that take us? That will take us to 23.6. And then we have liquidity here above at 25,038. So I will put a target right there. But are we going to make it all the way up there? Don't know. I think we have a little trouble here at this 23.7. So with what are you thinking about this AI agent from Google? And then is it launching? Is something launched today? I think. Well, it's now tomorrow. It's 12:04. Get that. for payments, and also the PayPal, their coin. Seems like that is the story about changing the way we pay for things and goods and services. And a Visa is also enabling credit cards with crypto. So that is another structural change in our behavior that could possibly occur. I liken it to moving from 8-track tapes to or cassette, to cassettes and then to CDs, because that was a big change kind of in our history. And then remember when ATMs kind of first came out and you had a debit card from a bank? That was all kinds of new stuff then. And we adapted pretty fast. And kind of banks have been preparing people by having like a digital only accounts where you don't get your paper statements, and you begin to do things with a card that's more digital, and you don't talk to people or going to a bank, paying for or cashing your check over your phone with your mobile application, take a picture of it. I mean, that's pretty awesome if you think about it. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that you had to make sure that you got to the bank to deposit your paycheck. Spend all that time in the drive-through or in the bank in the lines. Now you can just snap pictures on your phone and have it be deposited. Pretty neat. Oh, and by the way, we're coming up on the end of the month, and I believe there will no longer be any federal benefits paid by check. So that is a big deal too. Looking for something. Oh, it was a horizontal. Price marker up here. So Doge, we have this right here. 22844. And then second take spot is right there at 23493. Well, that came out on that. When I dropped it, it came out to be 23356. Let me see what I did wrong. I think it's supposed to be a little higher. Yeah, it's supposed to be a little higher. Right there. There we go. That's good. All right, looks like we might break up here towards 228, possibly. Yeah, I would look for 22886 right there. And then if we have strong reaction, because we're, look at this, we're over the 200 MA. So if we can hold these, get above these liquidations and then take advantage of that whole spot right there, we can cross 2-3. Doge has not been making that many, like large continuing movements. So it seems like it's just short spurts. Give it up. Another short spurt. Give it up.
BJ, have you been up all day? Or have you gotten at least a nap? Cat nap.
I think I've been up all day. I just looked at the clock and it's 12 after midnight. I don't know what's going on with me.
Yeah, I was talking to you when I was driving home, and I took a little nap. I'm not gonna lie.
Naps are nice, especially when it's rainy out.
Yep, and that's what I was doing, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna catch like 2-3 hours, and I think I slept for like 2 hours, but it wasn't like great. It wasn't a great nap because I was semi awake because I heard my kid playing and stuff like that, and my wife was running around. So I was kind of like semi up, but semi sleeping, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Sleeping with one eye open.
Basically.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna break this. What did
I thought we were gonna hit all new record highs, and it was gonna be crazy fall.
So we almost did.
No,
And
I was
yeah.
following. I was even last week. I was like, oh, this is maybe we are tracking up, but
Yeah,
tomorrow may be interesting.
We did not get over that crucial spot there. And now today, or yesterday, the Fed governors are a little mixed on their thoughts about continuing rate cuts. So, of course, the market is kind of shook up about that because that's, volatility or indecision or uncertainty. So when there's uncertainty, you got a lot of, risk taking that kind of comes off the table. When people are uncertain about what's happening, they don't want to be.
Gold and silver and everything else though is going crazy. So
yeah,
it's like, I don't know. We are like, there's a lot of people complaining right now, and I'm like, I mean, people were complaining at $50,000 Bitcoin, and people were complaining at $80,000 Bitcoin, and we're still. That's why I had to take some time. Obviously, like, you got to do other things every once in a while, especially when things are.
Yeah.
It was moving. There was days I was up pretty good. There was days I was down. Pulled a little bit of profits, threw some stuff back in, and waited, and kind of. I'm debating on buying back in a little bit here, but mitigation of risks. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like, maybe I'll let it sit and see what happens, because I'm not missing out on anything. I'm still involved. I'm still in pretty good amount, but I was like, well, I wonder if 124 was the cycle this time.
Yeah, could be. However, I still see between 125 and 142 kind of in the near term, if we can reclaim that 113.9 area and 114.2. It all hinges really on that for me.
Yeah,
And
and a little bit of hype though too. Like
Mhm.
I just don't feel like 2021 was, and 17 and everything. Like there was like all the people that didn't expect to even know anything about crypto were like, there was like a hype for it. And like right now, it's kind of like, I just don't feel that same. I mean, I remember one year Thanksgiving or whatever, I was like, told my wife, I said, should we do like a shot or, like a celebratory,
Yeah.
like I was like, I forget when it was. I bought like Dogecoin at like 2 cents, then went crazy. And I'm just like, it was November. I was like, this is like the craziest month ever. So that always rides in the back of my mind where I'm like, man, October and November though can be, of course, election year too. Last year, whatever
Mm-hmm.
November was nuts. So I'm like, we're a year into this now.
I don't know where the time goes. I just don't.
I'm telling you, this is like, I mean, this has been crazy. This is the craziest year ever, actually, really. I mean, and then
We
building a house, I
get the
went
big
way.
players. We get the big players, all the big money, all the big banking companies and finance companies are all in, and they're all manipulating the freaking market. So, before it was just everybody that was just crypto heads that were
Yeah, a lot of
in
retail
there, but
too. A lot of retail back
Yeah.
in the day.
And it
exactly.
felt like the Wild West, in a way. Now it feels like it's structured and, kind of, I'm not going to say boring because it's not boring, but like the what do you call it? The freshness or the excitement, like you said, kind of seems to be fizzled.
That would be a good way to put it. I mean, that's. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad. It's
I know
just,
you're not saying anything
yeah, it's
negative.
just like the hype of, my attorney and people like that are. I know they have a decent amount of money in crypto. Nothing crazy, but like it's a piece of their investments and stuff. And like those guys were all like, "Man, this is crazy!" Like, oh my, they're moving stocks around, doing all, and now it's like, yeah, nobody really even says anything. Like here and there,
Yeah.
you hear it's like, oh, like after the XRP run from 50 cents to $3.60 some cents, like that was
That was
pretty
funny.
wild.
Yeah,
People were
that was
pretty
fun
hyped
too.
there,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it hasn't been anything like crazy. So I'm like, well, I can't. I don't. I mean, I had to get this house done, and I went way over. Let's put it this way:
Did you
what I
go over
envisioned.
budget?
Oh my god, yeah. What I envisioned. And now that I'm like 80% of the way through it, I can't cut corners now. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I thought I had enough saved to be able to just do it and be done. And yeah, I'm way over what I thought it would be. But it is going to be long term. It's just, it's this little window of life where it's like a little bit painful now, but I
Uh-huh.
think in the long term it'll be worth it. I mean, I know it'll be worth it. So it's not like it's like even my buddy who's retired, and he's like, look, it's you're in the game right now. He's like, it's like fourth quarter, you're in the game. He's like, when all said and done, it'll be worth it. He's like, just keep going. He's like, you're not throwing the money away. He's like, I know you're used to having a cushion, but it's not like you blew it. You know what I mean? It's an
Mm-hmm.
investment. So I have to think of it that way. But it's hard sometimes when you're like right in the mix doing things and you're like, man, every time I go to Home Depot, it's $1,000. Every time I do this,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
you know what I mean?
Shoot, you wake up in the morning, you open your eyes, and you've already spent 100.
Yeah,
It's just,
no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like yeah. I mean, I've never seen it go so fast.
I know it.
And
It's
aside
crazy.
from crypto, you know what I mean? Like it's funny because like I'll bought the my heating and cooling system's like 10 grand. You know what I mean? And it's like
Mm-hmm.
you know, but then my crypto portfolio will move 10 grand, and I don't even blink, and I'm like, well, what? You almost get numb to this stuff. You know what I mean? Like in the crypto world.
So I was going to ask you and Joe, and he came. Do you think that that what we're feeling is that because it's becoming less volatile? Because I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's less volatile, but it just seems like it's less volatile. Or
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, people would talk when it, of course, when it's dropping, just like there was a bunch, what was it, a couple of months ago when there was all that negativity. And what was Bitcoin down to, like 50 grand or something like that, or whatever, 60,
Months
I
ago,
forget.
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but what was that, 6 months ago ish? Or 8 months ago? It was within the last year.
I think we've been over 100,000 for
No,
over a
we
year.
went up. I thought we went up to, didn't we go up to like 104 and then, or 106 or something, then it dropped back down to the 80s
Yeah,
or
the
something.
108, 108, and then back down. Oh,
And
to
then went,
74. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
74. So when it was, that was just a couple months back or
Before
whatever,
the
whatever that
election.
was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then
And
we rose up from 82. Yeah. Now I got you.
so it's like, there was a lot of, everybody's like, oh, it's gonna get down to 40, it's gonna get down to 50. Like there was a lot of people worried then, and I banked on the opposite. I banked on it doing well, and now we've been over 100 for a while. We were down below it for a little bit, but needless to say, uh, we already did that little cycle. So I thought maybe this would be a, then we pumped up again, and now we're, fighting a little bit here, but one more ramp up, or even if it's a quick one or something, it's all possible. I mean, I'm optimistic on the whole market. It's fun to see something go. I mean, there's smaller cryptos that go crazy, and you see those 100, 200% type of things, but
Yeah, just buy the fear.
I do. I'm usually the one doing that. It's been a while since I've been in here, but I'm usually the one that's. I mean, I'm optimistic on crypto. It's just I'm not seeing a lot of hype, and I think sometimes and positive news. I think some of this stuff has to get ironed out. There's so many moving things right now. What a wild year it's been.
Well, to me, we're just getting started. And I mean, it's the frontier is opening. It's going to become mainstream. So what we're talking about now, in a few years, we're going to say, wow, little did we know we should have had more in it. Anyway, I mean, just think, we're all been in this a while, right? And we're getting good at charting and watching the movement, and we're in it all the time, right? So people that have not even ever bought a coin of any kind, there's so many of them out there. Just think how you were when you first bought your, first couple names in crypto, right? You're like, what am I doing with this? How does this work? And they're all brand new. So I think because we've learned so much and we're kind of ahead of the game, we think that it's stalled, but it's not. It's just getting started.
I can agree with that. I mean, overall, I mean that's how I feel about it too. That's why I'm still playing the game. Long term, it's riding XRP from 7 cents, and those days, like, it's pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy, yeah, for
It is
sure.
pretty crazy. I mean, it didn't at the time. It didn't take much. You know what I mean?
No. And people will start, will make life-changing money if they play their cards right and not get, um, into a casino.
I can't believe it's already Friday. This is like, it's wild. This week was a blur. Next week will be a blur. I got so much stuff on the table. I just gotta try to get some stuff buttoned up at the house this weekend and pass a couple of these inspections, and then I can move to the once I mean we're dried in, so that's not a problem. Like it can do whatever outside, but I'm envisioning like by the end of this coming month here, like the end of October, I'm envisioning like kicking my
Snow.
feet up at the couch and throwing a couple logs in the wood stove and
Yeah.
being able to enjoy some of this work because this summer has been nothing but hammer down.
Yeah. Well, I sure hope you can get all the rest and relaxation you want and that you enjoy the fruits of your labor because you deserve it. My goodness.
I appreciate it. And now that I took a nap, I'm awake and I'm like, do I stay up or do I try to force myself to go to sleep and get up early? I was trying to have an early day tomorrow and be done by like 3 o'clock. What's cool is my friend's his kid's birthday party Saturday, and they want to bring their camper over to the property and just for the heck of it before they put it away for winter. They were like, he only lives like 5 miles down the street, and I was like, well, we could go to a campground or something that's close by, but it takes work to do all that. And he's like, well, maybe we'll just bring the camper down and hang out at your place. So we're basically turning my property into a campground this weekend. So that'll be kind of cool.
So you promised all of us, that we would do that and that we'd all get a camper. So remember we discussed this already.
We're getting closer. We're
Yeah.
getting closer.
Okay. All right.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Yeah. So for
Let's
that
go.
reason alone, we're all gonna just kill it, right?
Drew's basically my neighbor in a way, so at least.
What up, Nick?
What up, man?
Yo, man. Yeah, I miss Pennsylvania though. I'm out in the cut right now. I'm in the boonies of Europe. I'm just waking up right now.
That's
You're
pretty
in
cool,
Europe
man.
now?
What's that?
I didn't know you had moved or you had gone over to Europe.
Yeah, I've been here for a while already, for a
Wow.
few weeks. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. A world traveler.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be here, but I'll be here for a little bit.
So are you any closer to your final or is that why you're gone or did you already finish your
Well, yeah, I
stuff?
came here to. I'm kind of signing papers at the same time while I'm doing some other things, but overseeing really what's happening with this property there, making
Yeah.
sure that the lawyers are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and there's no funny business with that either. So just like making sure everything's kind of
Yeah, it's kind of
straight.
good that you have boots on the ground. So you
Yeah,
can be in their face if you need to be.
yeah, because now I'm starting to think like, hey, are these guys actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, or are they trying to figure out a way to take over
Right.
my property?
Yep. Well, it's a good thing you're there then.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm still battling the state right now, so I still have a pending. I haven't started this suit. I gave them 2 more weeks to reply to this last letter I sent them, but we'll see how it goes.
So isn't it something how they seem to be able to get if you say you have 2 weeks, they always seem to have some way to get more than 2 weeks, right? It's like,
Well, I mean, it's up to me because I can say, all right, if 2 weeks is over, then I file the suit. My lawyer files it, but I told them they can have 2 weeks, another 2 weeks for them to think about it before I file.
so speaking of lawyers, I just found out that James Comey got indicted and charged.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Today. For false statements or something to Congress.
Interesting.
Mm.
But yeah, I like that there's a lot of FUD on the timeline. Of course, people get shooken up. Just what was this, a 5-10%, not even a 10% move, and everyone's crying that the bull market it's over and all this. Or
Dude, I put my bull pants away, dude. I took them off, man. I'm not even wearing pants right now.
So that used to be the thing, you know, when internet was first kind of coming out. People would say, well, you can just be at home in your underwear. Nobody even cares. Nobody knows. And then you remember when COVID came and there was these Zoom conferences and people would get caught. Oh, and then forgetting that they could be seen.
yeah, wearing like a suit just on the top, and then you
Yeah.
forgot that you're not wearing anything on the bottom, and you get up and nope.
Yep.
By the way, BJ, that was like April. I was just looking at the Bitcoin chart. So like like we hit that December, we hit 106,
Uh-huh.
whatever, and then in January, late January, we pretty much tapped 106 again, or 10 whatever, and then come back down to 76 or whatever, 75, 74, in that range. So that was April. You know what I mean? And it's like
Yeah.
everybody was like, "Oh, it's from 100 to 70, we're going back down." So who knows? Is this just a little cool off right now, and then one big shot up next month or something? You know what I mean? I'm still optimistic on this.
Yeah, to me, October 7th is a big date on the chart. October 7th to the 10th. And then again on the 16th.
Yeah, and these dips are healthy before, if there is kind of like a narrative with October being bullish, you don't want to go into October pumping. That's just not good if we're trying to get I think the fourth quarter is going to be bullish overall. Like we're just stepping into fourth quarter. So I think that's what's going to be really bullish, the whole fourth quarter. Maybe the end of it, wash sales, this and that, but most of the fourth quarter should be good.
Well, FTX was in November that one year. What was that, 3 years ago, or was it? Yeah, 3 years.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, of course, if a Black Swan event comes, better hope you got dry powder on deck. But besides that, I think everything should be good.
I think the black swan's going to be the economy's going to be absolute shit, but I think that's just going to make Bitcoin that much more valuable because the dollar is going to be just going down the drain. So I think we might be in a good position. That and precious metals.
Yeah.
You coming back over here for winter, Drew, or what are you doing?
It depends. Right now, I'm kind of like, trying to test it out. Depending on what my girl wants to do, if she wants to go back to work or not, or so right now we're figuring it out.
How's the food?
The food is great. Been eating a lot of Italian actually here for some reason.
That's. I mean, I'm not gonna complain there, bro. You know what I mean? You can't complain there.
Well, Rome, Romania. I mean, the language is very similar to. It's like if you say, the street, strada, that's Romanian. Iarba is grass, green, verde.
So you roll your L's, right?
Yeah, the R's, the L's, the R's are kind of rolled. Yeah.
Because I would say
Romania seems pretty cool. My buddy lives in Bucharest, and my sister is in the military, and she was over there for a while.
Yeah, there's some big military camps here.
Yeah, like she joined. They were like, you're not gonna get deployed. You probably won't get deployed. And then like a month later, they're like, you're going to Romania. So she was over there for a while. It was cool because she was only like, so if you get in a jam, she was only like maybe an hour from my buddy's house. But it's crazy. Like he has like It's just crazy over there. But like neat, I guess what would be a better word, not crazy, but like it was just neat, to I haven't
Yeah, it's
talked to him in a
cool.
while.
Everyone speaks English here now too. It's wild. Like a few years
Dude,
ago, last time I was here, there wasn't that many people speaking that much English. But now it's just like, man, it blew up. I'm like, all right, great.
Yeah, he speaks pretty good English. I mean, like really good, but you wouldn't even know it. I call him my Romanian brother because like cool dude. He has 2 kids over there, and he's just trying to survive, make things happen for his family. But he plants a pretty cool little garden and stuff like that. And I'm like, it's cool to like see different areas, but that time difference, like he'd jump on Discord and like he does a lot of delivery stuff, but he was he'd FaceTime me like in the mornings, because if I'm on at this time, it's like 7 a.m. there or what. I think he's 7 hours ahead.
Yeah, it's 7:30 right now. 7:35.
Yeah. So like I'd be on in the evenings here, like maybe I'd launch a YouTube video or whatever else, and then like I'd FaceTime him or on Discord, video chat, and he'd just put me on his dashboard and take me through the towns like while he was driving and stuff like that. It was just neat. I'm like, it's cool to like makes the world like this kind of. I mean, obviously tech does, but just makes the world seem a lot smaller. You know what I mean? And it's like
Yep.
he was taking his kids to school and he showed me like how he drops them off at school and whatnot
Nice.
and all that kind. And I'm like, here I am getting ready to go to bed and he's taking his kids to school. It's just neat stuff, man. It's cool to have friends all over the place.
Imagine in the future, but we're gonna have friends of like other planets.
Oh boy.
That's it, man. Dogecoin's gonna be $15 a coin. Bitcoin's gonna be $1 million. Like, just imagine where the things could, endless possibilities. Elon's gonna save the world.
Dude, I'm thinking, man, your XRP might do very well because I heard there's been some talk of a lot of freezing and locking up XRP, and if Ripple decides to lock up some of their XRP and commit to it, like that could be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, XRP has. If we do nothing more than what we've already done, I'm like, I mean, you could always say in hindsight, oh, I wish I put more in or whatever else, but I put enough in that it was like, I wouldn't say like life. I mean, it all is life changing in a way, but I wouldn't say it was like, I'm not buying Lambos tomorrow, right? But at the same time, even if it did go crazy, I'm still not buying a Lambo. That's not my style. But
If you're stressing less, it's life changing. If right now you're stressing less because you have more capital, I think that is life changing.
yeah, exactly. That's like any amount is crazy. But dude, to go through the battles of people hating XRP so bad for so long, and then
Yeah, I was
even
wondering.
for it to yeah, well, yeah, but even for it to do what it did, like yeah, we're talking. I've been through a couple ups and downs with XRP since 7 cents. So you can imagine it's like I'm good like with what it's like. Everybody's freaking out. It's all just 275 or whatever else, and I'm just like, wow, it's good. It's just timing, you know what I mean? But who knows? Maybe 275, $3 is way early, and like you said, maybe it rockets. I'm not the XRP's gonna be $10,000 person. You guys know that, but uh, $10, $15, maybe possible.
Yeah, if Ripple locks up a big portion, like that's the talk right now. And if Ripple does do it, man, like that's $10 is very attainable. Not in
Just
one
seeing
run.
what everything else is done that people thought could never be done. And I know it takes a lot of capital to move XRP whatnot, but just to see what it's done, it's like, yeah, it took a lot of capital, even from 50 cents to $3.65. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. It's all possible, man. It's all possible.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Ripple Foundation, I would focus on kind of overpowering Ethereum somehow.
I thought it was going to do it just a few months back. I was like, it was all within what 100,000 or something or I forget what the number was because I haven't even been in the game that much, but it was
a few hundred million, but still, that's like close. Or
yeah, it was like 100 million or something like that, and it was like real close. And I was like, wow, this is crazy. But then all that positive stuff came out, and then Ethereum actually, I think Ethereum was what $1,500. I think I bought Ethereum at $1,500 or something, or 1,300, whatever it went down to, and it was close. But I don't know. I mean, I'm in it for the long. At this point, I'm in it for the long haul. I mean, I'm in it for the ride now.
I just bought a big bag of fart coin because it dumped real hard. I got some WLFI, some fart coin, and that's about it right now. I did have some Ethereum and some Solana, and I got rid of those. What else did I have? Some Doge. I got rid of that. I had Pump. Took profit on my Pump position. And yeah, right now it's just fart coin and WLFI.
How's Dbloc doing? I haven't talked to him in a long time. Like I've been off. I've been working on the house all summer, so I feel like I haven't been in here since. I mean, I've popped in and out a couple times, but I didn't really hear anybody like familiar. And yeah, it's been a good 6 months, 5 months.
Yeah, he's been good, man. He's been chill.
Trump coin is under $8.
I see Doge Viking is still in the chat.
Yes, we love Doge Viking.
What's up, YouTube chat? It's been a minute.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Right back.
Give your little girl a hug for me, Doge Viking.
I haven't even been as active on X. It's because it's summer and it's nice, you know. Like if it's nice outside, I'm outside doing stuff. I ain't staring at the screen 24/7, but I do miss it occasionally.
Your son's also not at the age where you can be glued to your computer.
BJ, he's freaking 3.5. Gonna be four in February, and he's going on 13. That's basically.
And driving a loader and.
Yeah, he's a three-nager right now. That's
a three-nager. I love it.
He's like, now he's the little attitude of don't help me, Dad. Don't help me, Dad. Like anything we do, like once he knows how to do it, you teach him it to him, and then it's like, don't help me, I can do it.
I'll do it by myself.
Yeah, I'll do it by myself, basically. And I'm just like, all right, bro. Nah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Definitely changes. It's definitely changed my perspective, or however you want to say that, on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Yep, kids will do that.
Like what's really important, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like I just got like a second wind to do something. It's not good at 12:45, but that's okay.
Well, Yeah, your nap kind of give
Oh,
you a
totally. Like I'm telling you, it wasn't even like a REM sleep dreaming type of nap. It was more. I actually when I woke up, I actually still felt tired, and I was like, man, I wish I could have just slept a little bit longer, just fell asleep for the whole night. But I'm up now, so I might as well be productive for a little bit and do something. That's I figured I'd load up Discord. I should make like a wild move right now and then see what happens. But every time I do that, it doesn't really work out in my favor
Mhm.
because that always gets your adrenaline going. Play the 5-minute chart a little bit. But you been traveling at all, BJ? I know you were.
Oh, I have. Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Fishing and traveling. Yeah, I
There
went
you go.
and I've been to a few concerts. Yeah, I've been busy, really. Yep. I went to Washington State and see my son. And I went to Atlanta. I saw the Beyonce concert. That was good. And we went to the Kentucky State Fair and I saw a couple concerts there. And let's see, where else? I went back to Florida. Gosh, done a lot of stuff. Been doing a lot of fishing.
That's always fun. I miss fishing.
Yeah.
I haven't had the time. It's actually originally what I started my YouTube channel doing was just uh, fishing and hanging out, and it kind of evolved and changed. And but I had time. Like you made time. Well, you have to make time to do things, I guess, nowadays. But
Yeah.
I enjoyed fishing a lot. I have to get back into that. Get my little man into it.
So the one thing about fishing for me though was because is that the Wi-Fi doesn't work very well. So I would get a lot of anxiety because I couldn't see my trades or anything. I would have like no service, zero, zilch. And that was hard. Well, it is hard when I go out there. So I have to be prepared and say either I'm going to set my stop losses and take profits or not trade because it's too awful to not be able to look at your phone.
You need to get Starlink.
Yeah, that's what Shark is telling me, get the Starlink. So I looked into it and I will definitely probably get that before next season. I think it's about done. But my
If you
daughter says it's not very good.
now Starlink honestly is probably. I mean, you're gonna get 300, well, like 200 meg down at least, and like 20 meg up. That's about the average. Uh, but it's solid. I mean, it's solid.
Yeah.
My buddy lives off grid. That's all he relies on. We've had phone conversations. I think there's been about 4 times that he's been down, and that's usually just been for like either a small little maintenance blip or 3 to 5 minutes or something, and comes back. But he virtually almost in the last, he's probably had it now for, I mean, this is a guy I talk to like every single day. He's retired and check in with him, and probably for like he's probably had it for 5 years now, and he got like the original dish, and I have the original dish that heats up and does everything else, and then I also have the mini. And that new mini, to be able to run it on 12 volt, pull it out of a backpack, throw it up at the sky, and
Yeah,
you're
that's the kind I would get, I think.
yeah,
Is
you're all. I mean, you can do 120 volt or 12 volt or USB-C battery pack, which depend if you get like an Anchor battery pack.
Oh yeah, those
That
anchors are good.
yeah, it's like buy the good one that
Mhm.
puts out the wattage. I get about 3 hours on mine, but that's
Yo,
like if
Nick,
I don't have any way to charge.
do you think so? I got a little problem here. I'm trying to get some internet in this cave in Romania, and it's in the woods, and there's no open area. There's no kind of oasis, nothing that's open, no meadow. And I'm thinking to get a Starlink, but I have to attach it on top of some pine trees. How far do you think a cable, like what's the maximum length the signal would go? Like I should be fine if I run an Ethernet cable up a pine tree, right?
Yeah, so it's not power like you're not using like a PoE switch. So like you could totally get outdoor Ethernet cable though. If you go on Amazon, you can get a 500-foot spool for like I don't know $50 or
Like
something.
the power I figured out. The power I can run a cable, but I'm just running like wondering like will the signal lose its like strength if it goes that long? Because these are like
I wouldn't think so. And
pretty big
besides
trees.
that, wood is uh is kind of like a conductor versus a not a
Well,
conductor.
yeah, but the problem is I can't get like I tried. A friend of mine came by about like a week ago, and he had a Starlink, and we couldn't get a signal because there's like the wood area is like too thick here. It's way too
Oh,
wooded. Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
get a
and
proper signal to the sky, basically.
yeah. You definitely have to have a decent view of the sky. Now, it's not like as bad as what people, like a tree. Like I go in campgrounds a lot of times, and if I can't get great, like the one campground I had to put the Starlink in the adjacent parking spot for a camper. Like there was nobody in it, and I just ran the cord like 75 feet, and I was good to go. But you can also buy like the Starlink repeater to repeat the signal. But at the same time, like over Cat 6, like from the router, like what you may have to do is put the Starlink and the router for Starlink further out, and then you run a Cat 6 cable. As long as you have power of some sort, 12 volt, 120, something like that, to run it, like you can
I was,
go. Cat 6. I wouldn't
you just
probably.
told me. I mean, 75. So you said 75. You were running 75 feet. So I'm just gonna hire someone. I'm not climbing 75 feet in a tree, but I'm gonna hire someone to just attach that thing. I'm gonna order it and get it put up in a tree.
Yeah, and if you bring it down, you can run a Cat 6 cable like 300. Technically, I think it's like 328, but you can run a Cat 6 cable like 300 feet from a switch, so or a router, or whatever the case may be, as long as it has power. But
so you
so
don't have latency after like
no, you're not gonna. The latency that the Starlink's gonna get is between the dish and the satellite. Cat 6, like a gigabit switch or whatever, like you'll be fine. I mean, we do that a lot. But as far as like speed wise, there's plenty of areas. Like the average, I'd say in rural, because I'm rural as well. Like the most I can get at my house, uh, I can get fiber at my property, but I have like 2200 meg by 300 meg at the property, um, over cable. I use Starlink when I'm on mobile and with the camper and everything like that, and then like our average around here is like most providers are offering like 1000 by 50 meg. So you're only gonna get 200 by 20. But like if you have no service,
200's
even
fine.
yeah,
200's
like 200 by 20 is fine for like your common everyday stuff. You'll be able to stream, you'll be able to do whatever. Now, and they have all these different plans now. So I actually pay for the unlimited, like the $160 a month. Um, but you can pause it. And if you pause it for $5, like you'll at least be able
Yeah,
to
I
send
saw that.
messages,
I was checking
whatever.
that out. That's really
But
good that you have that.
so if I'm not using it for like a few months, like in the summer when I'm on the go, I just keep it active. But like this month or next month, I might pause it for winter if I'm not going to use it, because I'm pretty much going to be between my house and my property. But worst case, if I need to turn it on, I pay for the month and turn it right back on, and it activates in seconds. So, but it stays. My Starlink stays with me all the time. Like It's in my truck.
I think I think Elon should do something like what Helium's doing and have some kind of mechanism with the Starlink, because I'm sure they can help. They help offload a lot of companies, because that's how Helium's paying people, is just like the hotspots they have and things. They're just helping offload traffic. So I would imagine, like, Starlink's probably helping offload so much traffic, and all he needs to do is find a way to, like, kind of, work that mechanism same way Helium is. That would be kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm just, wakey bakey. I'm wakey bakey right now.
I've used it for backups for companies like secondary internet. Like if their internet goes down, we have a lot of companies that use it for backup, secondary type of connection. But I mean, from the portable aspect, like if you're in an area that doesn't have cellular and you can at least find a spot that you got room, a little view of the sky, and they even optimized recently like how much sky you need, because they're making it so you don't have to stay connected to the same satellite. It'll actually bounce. It's gotten way better, but I mean, compared to nothing, it's going to be like you definitely be able to make trades and watch YouTube and Discord and conversations, phone calls, all that kind of stuff. You wouldn't have a problem with it. And you can
So
even
do
buy
they
like
limit you as for the pausing time to where you have to be paused for like 3 months and then that's it for the course of a year, or can you do it month to month?
so you can. So they also have plans that are just like I think their 50 gig plan or something is like I like the unlimited just because it depends what you're doing with it. So if you are, uploading and downloading and browsing a lot of video, like you can eat up 50 gig of bandwidth in
Oh,
fairly
certainly.
quickly.
Yeah.
But as far as like that's like a day's worth of full blown video streaming. But like for most people, like if you're just doing like, hey, when I go fishing or whatever, you can buy like a 50 gig plan and you have up to 50 gigs, and that's a lot less money. I think it's like 50 or 60 bucks a month or something like that.
Oh, so it's like it used to be like a phone plan where you use it, you have that amount, and then
It gives you that option, I think, right? From what I saw, it's either that, or if you have like a monthly, you can pause that monthly whenever you want. They don't charge you if you're not using it.
They're charging now to put it on pause. It's $5 a month, but that also it lets you download the updates, like so firmware updates for the dish, keeps it connected, and then you get like 500K of bandwidth, like very low bandwidth, but it'd be enough to send like a picture message or a text message or like
That's
minimal
good.
web browsing. So
That's good.
emergency, that kind of
yeah,
thing.
emergency stuff, like it's not bad. I mean, honestly, for $5 a month, I feel like like some people complain about it, but like
That's almost like a utility right there.
it's
I mean,
almost like a utility to have that as a
yeah,
backup. Like
yeah.
it's come in handy so many times, that if you just need like a light service and the speed's increasing, as they run, more satellites up, but like figure and they have like prioritized bandwidth and stuff like that. Like um it depends if you're roaming or what. Like I haven't like I don't know. I mean I've bought the $50 package before just for like a quick thing, and then I've also I pay the 160. It used to be $140 a month, but then they raised it to like 165 or something like that for the roaming. But you get like in motion use, so you can do it like when you're driving down the street, stuff like that. So like it's you can literally put the dish like that 12-volt dish you can literally put in your sunroof and have service.
Yeah.
So I mean, needless to say, I told a buddy of mine about this. He lives in the woods and he's like, oh, I got trees all around me. I'm like, well, you don't have trees over top of your house. And I'm like, if you have he had like a cellular type of plan, and he's like, yeah, but it doesn't work real great for streaming for my grandkids and stuff like that. And I said, you just need to get Starlink. And I didn't hear from him for a couple months, and he works at a store that I had to get some auto parts, and I went back and saw him like couple months later, he goes, I took your advice. I got Starlink. He goes, the trees aren't even an issue, and it's the best service. Like, he doesn't have any options out there, right? It's either a cellular plan or, I guess he could go with like a different type of satellite, but he had issues with that before. And that's what he was worried about. I said, it's a whole different concept, and he loves it. So like, it's definitely, it's definitely, if you have the money, it's pretty cool utility, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
If you want your own network, if you're in an area, even if you want your own network, like set up in a parking lot and throw it on the roof of your car, throw it on the ground. Like, I just carry the USB-C cord. The USB-C one's only like, I forget, 20 feet maybe. And I have my Anchor power pack, and in a jam, it's I keep it in my truck because you never know.
No, you never know. That's for sure.
Now in a SH
Yeah.
TF situation, they still need the ground stations to make that stuff work. So if it was something like global, would it work? No, I'd have a ham radio most likely. But besides that, I mean, how many times does that happen? I just feel like it's a good thing to have. I feel like everybody should at least own the dish. If you just own the dish, you can always start or stop the service or do whatever else. But get it when it's on sale, because like the mini dish is like, it was like $500, but I think it's a lot of times on sale for like $350. Let me look and see what they're selling it for. So like Home Depot sells it for $4.99. But a lot of times you can find them for like $350-ish, $350, whatever. And until you buy the USB-C cable and whatnot, you might have another $50 there. But I mean, if you just own that, you can at least turn it on when you need it, or if you need it.
Sounds good. Well, I'm getting tired. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
There's a green candle. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding. I'm just
yeah.
kidding. Sometimes that'll wake you up like, oh my God, look at that green can. No,
Yeah.
I'm just
Well,
just
so
kidding.
we used to a long time ago. Remember? You remember when 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 we'd say, "Oh, we'll just wait for the next 4 hour."
Yeah,
It's only
just one more
yeah,
5-minute candle, and 4 hours
yeah.
later we're still having the same conversation.
I know it.
No, I'm with you. I mean, it's cool stuff. There's that green candle, 1094.
So
The crypto
Jasmine.
gods.
Oh, and XRP just broke over that resistance band, the smaller one there. So let's see what we do. Jasmine might be finally hitting its bottom.
I think I still have some Jasmine, and I'm sure whatever I have is probably not doing great, but I played that a couple times. I've made some money with it, so I'm not probably lost, but that was always one of those random ones.
Yeah, daily. If that is that weekly, there might be a little bit of residual. So yeah, it might hit 10.
Concrete Highway Cowboy in the YouTube chat says, looks like the bull market's coming to an end. We lost critical levels. Yeah, but then sometimes it goes the opposite way, scare a couple people out and then rocket ship to the moon. I miss Elon tweets.
Yeah, it just needs to get turn around and pull that structure back, and then we talked a while ago about the 15-minute versus the 5-minute on Bitcoin. And it's price is kind of sandwiched in the middle of the two structures. So you can have a little bit of mean reversion to the upside because that, and there's a lot of liquidity waiting up there. I mean, I did plot out a on the 3-day chart track up to 19. That was pretty doable, but we do have to clear 113 maybe. All right, XRP finally hit that.
You better watch saying that too loudly because you don't want to get Dbloc banned on YouTube or nothing. You know what I mean?
What, XRP?
What was that again?
Oh, stop.
Just that's a
You were
swear
taking-
word. That's a
Yeah.
swear word.
Yeah, in a lot of places.
In a lot of places, that's a swear word, but I'm gonna get an XRP T-shirt, I think, and wear around just because I like XRP. Look at the language. Dbloc caught that.
Oh.
Dbloc's like, did somebody say XLM?
XLM, let me tell you what. XLM may have a nice little move to the 40-cent mark here even this weekend. Yep, I see it. I see it. I see it.
I see Dbloc's got his camera going again in his studio.
Yeah.
That's nice. I miss the camera days. I miss the chat. Do we still have that chat in the Discord with the camera? I miss when everybody got we used to get on there and just it was like the other room. It wasn't necessarily tied to YouTube, I don't think, but
No, it wasn't.
yeah, that was always fun though, just to like hang
Yeah.
out a little bit. But it's good that Dbloc got that stuff going. This disappearing for 6 months, I gotta balance time and figure stuff out because I do like chatting with you guys. Like I miss you guys, and I try to check in and listen in, but you know how it is. Life just gets crazy.
Yep, it does. So Patch sent me a notice that WLFI is now on Robinhood. I don't know how long it's been there, but let's see. Yep, going back to XLM. XLM looks pretty nice.
I always keep a bag of XLM, and that's just because it either runs before XRP or after XRP or with XRP. So
Yep, 37 is the trigger.
I mean, I did good on XLM. Well, I guess that was around the election. I'm thinking. Let me look at the monthly chart here, just to.
I remember that move from.
I think it was somewhere around then because I was like, man, this is. I was like almost tearing up because I was like, this is crazy. You know, when things move like that, it's pretty wild when you sit on something forever,
Mm-hmm.
and then it wakes up.
All right, well, we can't lose 3.4. 3.4 takes you to about 28. But yeah, 40 to 45 is in the cards after, especially after 37, and even a little bit beyond 45, between 45 and 60, if you really want to push it up. It'll have some trouble about 30, between 37 and, no, between 38.
I mean, the XLM on the weekly chart. Look at the weekly from like
That's what I'm doing.
election day to like what November 4th to
Mhm.
rocket ships to 64 cents.
Yep.
Basically flags it out, consolidates a little bit, boom, hits what 48 cents ish, flags it out a little bit here now. So either I don't know. To me, it's so early. It gets exciting. It's Friday.
Yeah, it's in a descending wedge, and it can just pop right up and cruise right back over 40. Then you hit 45, and then you're on to 60. It's
You know that this is Fill Your Bags Friday. You know that, right?
Oh, Fill Your Bag Friday.
Yeah, it's Fill Your Bag Friday. So this is where you load up and then
Yeah.
make money moves Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say Phil or feel?
Phil.
Fill, Fill. You can fill your bag. Yeah. Yeah. How whatever both. Yeah. I should have just answered yes.
Yeah.
Fill your bags.
It's after dark.
See, it's after dark. It's crypto after hours.
There are no hours in crypto. Just
I
remember
know,
that.
right?
It's
Yeah, it's lose
24/7.
track of time.
I thought maybe you did flip the damn cameras on for a second there. Oh,
Fill your bag Friday. Oh man. Now at least we got some people up in the chat. You know what I mean? You got to have a couple laughs. It's fun to laugh.
Yeah, it is. It's important to laugh every day. Laughter is a natural tension reliever. You know that.
I buy $10,000 worth of kitchen cabinets, BJ, and cry, and my portfolio moves $10,000 down, and I don't cry. I don't understand.
Yeah.
When you start getting numb to this crypto stuff, though, that's where it bites you. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, it can bite you. Sure can. So the thing, cabinets, I wouldn't mind buying. What I don't like to buy are tires. I cannot stand buying tires. I don't know why, but I hate buying tires. I know they're important, obviously. Oh, now my son-in-law, oh my gosh, he's a tire freak. He loves tires. Every kind of tire in the world, he would want to buy a tire.
I had to buy tires the other like a month ago. Like actually, they weren't even like 100. I probably could have like anymore. I'm just like I like things to just work and like not have to worry about stuff or try to stretch stuff to the last moment, and um 2 of the tires were good. 2 of the tires were like I probably could have stretched them, but my alignment was out, so and I drove. I knew it was out, and I just didn't have time to get it fixed, so I torched a set of tires on the front, and I was like, you know what, I'm just buying all 4
Yeah.
and being good for winter. Like I just don't want to mess around, but
Yeah, precious cargo you're taking in your truck.
yeah, exactly. And it's like, man, it's nonstop. Then one of my air shocks went out, which I mean it's a common thing, but of course
It's
the
expensive.
shocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, the shocks on they're $1,000, like
Yeah.
$900.
Yeah,
I
I
get
know.
I get wholesale, so I did get it for like $500 or $600, but still, like I was pulling my camper and I was like, my shock is bad. I was like, this camper weighs a ton. Uh, I'm just gonna replace it all. And then that turned into an air compressor because I was like, I'm gonna change that. So like, I just put a bunch of money in my car, and I'm like, and I was gonna buy a new truck. I had thought about it. I was so close. But growing up, I just can't justify. I mean, I'll probably end up doing it, but eventually here. But I just can't justify 100 G's on a truck, 90 grand.
Well,
Like
isn't it something else? It's amazing. You walk.
I didn't grow up in that era, so it's like it's hard for me to like, especially on a depreciating asset like that, where it's
As
just
soon
like,
as you drive it off the lot.
yeah, it's just like worthless. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather buy more land, to be honest with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
But you got to have a truck to pull an excavator. So,
You
and I
do.
have a truck now. I have two 1500s, and I was going to go to a 2500 diesel or whatever, or an F-250 or something. But it just and it's funny because the truck was like 85 grand, and then they dropped it down to 80 something, 80,000 or something, 81,000,
Oh.
and it's still sitting there. Like they ain't moving right now. The interest rates are
Yeah.
stupid. So it's like I'm not in any rush. Like if I absolutely need it, I'll probably do it. But it still hurts in my head to realize what, like,
Oh, I know it. That when we bought our Suburban, I
yeah,
was like,
exactly, yeah,
the cost of a house. It's ridiculous.
yeah. Our friends just bought a brand new Expedition, and I think they had 70 some thousand in that or whatever. And I'm just like, wow, like, and it's nothing like it's nothing. These aren't crazy vehicles. It's just the average. It's the average thing. But people are jumping in the payments now. Like I got a lot of people I know that have $1,500 a month car payments and stuff, and I'm
Isn't
just
that
like,
amazing? And then
yeah,
the insurance on top of that. Oh my
yeah.
God. And then the maintenance. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And even if you make the money, and yes, you can afford it, it's still like a horrible investment. I'm like, dude, if you put like, imagine if you just put 75,000 in crypto.
Oh.
Like a year ago, you would be able to buy that vehicle cash. Like I don't know.
You
I
could
mean,
live
it's
somewhere that's within walking distance to any place you need, and then you don't have to have a vehicle. But
Nebula 9's busting my balls because we're talking about trucks. Well, like the chart's really not going crazy. You want to talk crypto? Like crypto allows you to buy trucks and cars. Crypto
oh,
is the
that
gateway to
we're
the
you
world.
mean that we're off topic and not
Yeah,
speaking?
we're off topic. Yeah, but
Well,
I'm
anybody
getting
else can jump in and speak. We're not.
this is just on the YouTube chat.
Oh,
I mean, if there's something exciting you want to talk about, we'll talk about it. I mean, I'll just I'll talk about anything. You know what I mean?
we'll just remind them that it's been a long time since you've been on. We haven't had a conversation for a while. So.
Yeah, I'm just catching up. So my apologies. Actually, I'm not apologizing. I'm not doing it, Nebula. I'm not apologizing for something that I believe in.
But
Nobody knows.
we can go over the Bitcoin chart a little bit here.
He said you already apologized. It's too late. Did you accept it already? If you didn't accept it, I'm taking it back, and then I'll think about it later. Sorry, not sorry. Ghost says, yeah, it's fun. We're just having fun. Oh, green candle. Made you look.
Well, we did come over the top of the 5-minute chart here. So that is a positive signal, more bullish signal for Bitcoin, but we have to extend it up here. So we talked earlier about how we needed to come up to this area so that the 8-hour could make its move by 4 a.m., right? So here we are. 109,557. And let's see, 4 hour. So we're at the middle of the profile on the 4 hour, and 109,634 is up here. And the 5 EMA 1099. Okay. So then it was I think it was the 8-hour we needed to make sure. Yep. And here we're right at tapping on that spot. So we want our next candle to open above 1099.
Is this the time that I should? When's Black Friday? I guess. Should I like cancel my? I guess I shouldn't cancel right now, but don't they give you a deal on renewing your
Trading View? Yes.
Trading View account sometime coming up soon? I always miss that. And I feel like I pay a fortune for Trading View, and for the
You
last
can
6 months,
set an
like,
alarm for the week of what do you call it? Black Friday, which would be November, right?
yeah, it's coming up. Like it. I'm usually out like it's buck hunting season, and I'll be out in the woods, and then people will be like, "Oh, I got this killer deal on Trading View," and then here I am paying like they want to upgrade my subscription now. What are their plans now? I don't even know what plan I'm on.
So even if you did upgrade, they'll extend your, like, by say you buy the year plan on the sale.
I actually think that's what I do. I feel like I did pay for it for the year. I have to look at my account here.
And if
Settings
you
and
have
billing.
extra months left over, they'll just extend it by the extra months.
It says billing history. So I paid, April 20. I'll go figure. So April of 2025, I paid for the year. It says you can enter anybody's credit card information, BJ, though. So if you have like your credit card, if you want to just send it to me, I'll just add it on my account here. And then this
Okay.
way I don't
Yeah,
have to worry about it.
sure, no problem. I just have to do 1 or 2 trades and I'll just ship it right over.
Yeah, ship it right over, no problem. Yeah, just a couple $100, no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna put an alert though, because
Yeah.
anywhere you can save a buck.
Well, you save a lot more than $1 on that. That's expensive. If you get it on the sale, it's
Yeah, I'm on the I'm on the plus plan. I think it's like $30 a month or so, like 300 some bucks a year. I'm guessing.
I paid the 600 or whatever it was, or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, but you're the chartist. That's
I have to have the full gamut, but I don't have the one that gives you the live data or something on the stock market. I didn't need that. There's something else where you add on stuff.
there's like an ultimate for like $200 a month, so that's like $1,200 a year, and then there's
I can't justify that.
I kind of like having the 4 charts per tab. That's why I went with that. I think I could export like chart data and stuff, which is nice, but everything's a freaking monthly subscription.
Oh my gosh. And one thing people should do is to go through all of their monthly things and really know what you're paying for and do
I
you
need to do that too, because I'm like between licensing for software and then business, personal, everything. Like I have to like evaluate that once a year because it definitely adds up.
Yep. And another thing to do is to, negotiate on your insurance premiums and all that. Don't just, let that go. Especially if you have a good credit score. My goodness.
Yeah, I did that last
Get a
year.
better
I
deal.
actually my buddy saved me on my company 2 or 3 of my company policies and my personal policy. He saved me probably $4,000 a year, which
Wow.
was like really
That's
good.
a
I mean,
lot of money.
I do have a couple, a bigger policy than the average whatever, but
Right.
like the last person they weren't really screwing me. It was still a fair price, but he showed me like where I was paying for things that I probably didn't need or overlaps of coverage, and hey, you can just do this balloon policy on this that would cover this and it wouldn't cost you as much as having a separate policy for this. It was just like getting somebody that actually like cared to say
Right.
like,
And can
you know,
navigate you through all the weeds. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. That was like really cool. So and then he brought my wife's he brought my wife's down like by time like her policy and the one of mine, it was like her car insurance went like it got cut in half for her.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like really cool, because I've always been insured commercially. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like I haven't really had many personal policies. I have like a uh personal policy for like a classic car and stuff like that, which kind of has to be separate. But like um yeah, that was cool. I mean, so that was something I did this past year, which was nice. But I mean, $5,000 a year is $5,000 a freaking year,
My
That's
goodness.
one.
Yeah.
That's one. I know people don't like to talk about trucks and random things, but that's one more. That's one more Bitcoin in 2017.
That's dry powder that you can use, right?
Do I own a car dealership? No. No, I do a lot of work in the automotive world though, but YouTube chat. Math ain't mathing on what one? Math ain't mathing on what? Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Insurance is big. What else? I don't even want to talk about homeowners policies right now. That's a whole nother
Oh,
topic.
yeah. Yeah.
How they get you on that stuff too, because
Oh my
if it's
goodness.
like a second, because I have a
Yes,
second
I know.
property, you know what I mean? Like if you don't actually
Yeah,
live at it and stuff like that, what a racket.
I did too. Yeah. I'm so glad I don't have more than one now.
Yeah, well, like I'm in that, you know, the one company was like, well, we'll only insure something for like 3 years, like if you don't live there. And I'm like, well, I'm building there. And then the one company, it's different. There's more risk when you're building something. So there's insurance.
Right.
Some companies don't like to insure you in the middle of a build because there's more risk.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like all these different things. They can find like another way to just squeeze another couple bucks out of you. And I have till October to make a change on that policy. So I'm hoping to make that. That's why I'm pushing to get this done. That's another reason. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Fight the good fight.
Well, my daylight hours are coming to a close. I really can't keep my eyes open much longer. So it's been fun talking to all you. And happy trading for the rest of the evening. But Bitcoin is doing all right here. Needs to test this 50 on a 15-minute. Watch for the rejection because of the slope. See how the slope is on the structure. So it's ripe to come back to the daily open, y'all. That daily open is at 109, but a little above 109, just a tiny bit. So
BJ, they called me out. He said $200 a month is what he said. You said $200 is like $1,200 a year. Yeah, I was probably off there. 2,400. Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I really wasn't. I really wasn't thinking it through, you know, but it was, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Well, you got halfway there, right?
Yeah, I was only 50% of the way off there.
Yeah.
Nah, that's wild. Yeah, I should do that tomorrow to see how much I can find. Maybe then I can get the deal on the Trading View subscription. Ain't nothing going on sale Black Friday this year. There ain't no good deals out there. They
Right.
pump them prices up in October, then knock the price down so you think you're getting like a crazy deal. Like you have to really like.
Oh, well, that's true.
And I'm more in the tech business, so like techs like that, like people are like, oh, it's a great deal on this laptop, and I'm like, that laptop, it was the same price
Right.
3 months ago. It goes up in
Plus, the
price,
ones
and then
that they put on sale are the old models, and the ones that are going to clear out, they're obsolete.
yep.
So you have to be
Trying to tell-
discerning. You know, are
trying
you
to tell
really
me
getting a sale, or are you just getting the leftovers?
the leftover. You're getting last year's deal. Tech
Yeah.
moves so fast.
I mean, which doesn't matter in a lot of things, and you're probably better off getting something for less money. But some things you might want to pay a little bit more for and have the latest.
That is true.
All right. Good night.
All right, good night, BJ. It was great hearing from you and talking with you.
You too. We'll speak to you
DX,
soon.
yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try to be on more. DXB crypto, just messing, bro. Yeah, I know. I got you. But I appreciate the call out. You know.
That's okay. I mean, you wouldn't want anybody listening to think that was.
Yeah, they're like, man, $200 a month, $1,200 a year. This guy's crazy.
All right. Well, good night, YouTube.
Is everybody going to sleep? YouTube chat. It's gonna be quiet in here now. Nobody's in Discord. Everybody's sleeping. And now I'm wide open. Go figure. Sounds good, Dbloc.